Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Be Word broadcast. Hey, how's it going? Howdy, everybody. How are you? How am I? How's the world? How is how? Everybody has a how in their life. Yeah. The song we're listening to is called "Bright Times." Let's go. Well, if you're new to the broadcast, we're here covering the news from the perspective of a based Canadian. I'm the only Canadian news broadcaster. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And we're gonna check out the fall of the American Empire. It's slow, crumbling, falling apart state. Good morning, loud, tired youth. How are you? Sorry for such a drought in Be Weird streams. It's been a pretty rough and rocky week, let me tell you. If anyone here has ever tried to ask their boss for a raise, you might know it's not such an easy thing to do. So yeah, we're gonna get into it. I got a bit of news lined up. I already was kind of like following this because the New Yorker put out a piece about Ginni Thomas and how much influence she had over the Supreme, or maybe the potential influence she had over the Supreme Court. And now we got some evidence. Now we got some texts from her to Mark Meadows, and it's pretty much the most insane thing you can imagine. Of course, this is American politics. Yeah, it's been a bit of a zany week for me. I'm kind of like making lots of life choices and maybe going back to school full time, quitting my job kind of thing. But before I did, I wanted to give one last kick at the can and see if they'd give me a raise to try to keep me, and that ended up in a bunch of long conversations with my boss. Never a fun thing. Never fun to be locked in a conversation with your boss. Like two bulls with their horns locked, I guess, is the analogy. But hey, it's the weekend. Don't have to think about work for like almost 48 hours. And yeah, we're gonna focus on American politics because it's doing so good. It's like in such a good place. So yeah, it's gonna be good, everybody. Almost 48. Yeah, I know, right? I'm really just exhausted with working. I'm just tired of working. I don't want to work anymore. Why do I have to work to make? I mean, if work paid enough to like afford rent and stuff in the city, then it would kind of make sense. But nowadays, that whole social contract thing's starting to fray around the edges. But all right, let's listen to mainstream media talk about this unusual story. Woo, let's go. Oh God, Angus Reid. Oh no. Is there someone else? Ah. Ah. Sorry, I just personally don't like Angus Reid. She done said some shit. Cool. Yeah, Bob Woodward, of course, is the one who broke the story.
Joining us now, Pulitzer-Prize-winning associate editor of the Washington Post, Bob Woodward. He is co-author with Robert Costa of the book Peril, and he and Costa broke this story about the text messages, and wow, I'm not sure where to begin.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably kind of irrational, but I think if you dig, you'll find some unsavory information about like some choices she's made when it comes to broadcasting, but that's neither here nor there.
And I guess I'll ask you to choose among two of what I think are the biggest takeaways from it. I mean, is this a story about Ginni Thomas, or is it about a Supreme Court justice potentially being compromised in a decision that he made that he gave absolutely no reason for, and none of the other justices went that way?
Well, we're going to find out. I mean, this is
pretty
a
odd
story that is starting, but what struck Robert Costa and myself is we got access to these text messages. When I walked in here with you, you had a look of wonder that I've frankly over the years never seen on your face.
It's just, but you can't write these text messages and believe in the Constitution. So there's just this massive conflict, and what has happened to this?
I think this is actually a bit later in this interview. So let's go back a bit because they did contextualize it. So let's just do this proper.
NBC News has confirmed that the committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol has obtained text messages that show conservative activist Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, repeatedly pressing then Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to fight to overturn the election.
In previous broadcasts, we actually went at length to discuss this article from the New Yorker published way back the end of January. So beginning of February. So yeah, like 2 months ago. And it was called, "Is Ginny Thomas a Threat to the Supreme Court?" And so much of the article you can take away just from this amazing image of her right beside Clarence Thomas, sort of taking up the main frame. This is the colors of red, white, and blue, right? For some reason, there's also some blacks in there, some black dots, and that's like the January 6th insurrection, and you could see it just like folding into her necklace, into her collar. It's just such a beautiful image. I have so much respect for the artist here who did this. Chloe Cushman, it seems. Ginny Thomas has declared that America is in existential danger because of the, quote, deep state and the, quote, fascist left, which includes transsexual fascists. Oh boy, everybody. So if you were here for that broadcast, you were not surprised. You did not have the look of wonder that Mika Brzezinski had.
Copies of 29 text messages were obtained by the Washington Post. NBC News has not reviewed those texts. The first message was a link to a video from a far-right conspiracy theorist that claimed Trump watermarked ballots as part of an effort to catch fraud. In the message, she texted, "I hope this is true. Never heard anything like this before, or even a hint of it."
Actually, big if true. Big if true.
Possible, she asked. She went on to quote a passage that circulated on far-right websites about the, quote, Biden crime family and ballot fraud co-conspiracy.
I'm going to read this. Biden crime family and ballot fraud co-conspirators, elected officials, bureaucrats, social media censorship mongers, fake stream media reporters, etc., are being arrested and detained for ballot fraud right now and over coming days, and will be living in barges off Gitmo to face military tribunals for sedition. November 5th, 2020. Wild.
Conspirators being arrested and, quote, will be lying in barges off Gitmo to face, living in barges off Gitmo to face.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give that a real good read. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It is both word salad and also terrifying because it's saying like, go arrest all these people and go give them military tribunals. Famously, military tribunals, the ones that, aren't the best for due process because you're in the military.
Military tribunals for sedition, my God. According to the Post, on November 6th, she followed up, encouraging Mark Meadows, quote, do not concede. It takes time for the army who is gathering for his back. This is
like, it doesn't get any clearer than that text. Do not concede. I mean, when I used to talk to my dad about the growing threat of fascism in American politics, his brain would be like, I just can't imagine it. It's impossible. You're too worked up, Michael. Well, golly gee, I hate to be proven right. It's a very uncomfortable feeling that this is just okay. All right, woo.
Crazy. On November 10th, after news organizations had declared Joe Biden the projected winner, Thomas reportedly texted Meadows, help this great president stand firm, Mark. You are the leader with him who is standing for America's constitutional governance at the precipice. The majority knows Biden and the left is attempting the greatest heist of our history. And Willie, painfully, there is much more.
Yeah, this is really extraordinary stuff from Bob Woodward and Bob Costa. The Post reports Thomas also pushed Meadows to work closely with Sidney Powell, one of the lawyers who promoted conspiracy theories.
You remember Sidney Powell? Okay,
to
we'll
help
pull
Trump
her up after.
overturn the election. Even when Donald Trump began to distance himself from Powell, Thomas stood by her, reportedly texting Mark Meadows on November 13th, quote, "Don't let her and your assets be marginalized. Instead, help her be the lead and the face." The next day, Thomas sent Meadows a text that she said was from Congressman Louis Gohmert's chief of...
Oh, hey, Simon. Yo, how's it going? Yeah, the YouTube's kind of dead right now. It is a fascinating story. I am very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable, especially this text right here. Yeah, it happens. Twitch is probably where it's gonna be at. I just gotta build it up a bit before it's humming.
Staff writing this, quote, "The most important thing you can realize right now is that there are no rules in war. This war is psychological, psyop."
She has it right. She actually is right. She's totally correct that like the American political right sees themselves locked in a civil war. They do not see Democrats as legitimate holders of political power, and therefore it's a full-blown war, and therefore it's if there's not violence, then it's a cold civil war, in which case, yeah, PSYOP is kind of like your go-to because information warfare is, insanely effective in this day and age of, viral tweets and everything, and like fake news. But what's scary is that you can absolutely wage a PSYOP war if you're the wife of the Supreme Court Justice.
Wrote in a November 24th message to Thomas. The Post says Meadows responded this way, quote, "This is a fight of good versus evil. Evil always looks like the victor until the King of Kings triumphs. Do not grow weary in well-doing. The fight continues. I have staked my career on it." That's from Mark Meadows back to Ginny Thomas.
Both platforms have stuff. Watching a lot of Ukraine war Twitter also. Yeah, I'm kind of taking a break from the Ukraine war stuff. I want to get back to it, but Mama Loud appearing with coffee. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah. I mean, like, the Ukraine stuff is tough because I'm getting in trouble, like, pulling up viral Telegram tweets that have, like, good content, but YouTube frowns upon it. So I'm trying to figure out a way to, like, build that content out a bit better. But last I heard, I mean, Ukraine's kicking ass. They're, like, launched a counteroffensive, which just boggles my brain. So maybe when this story peters out, we'll touch base on that.
Thomas responds this way, "Thank you, needed that. This plus a conversation with my best friend just now. I will try to keep holding on. America is worth it."
She's like, sounds like a Valley girl. Like, what is happening here? Just imagine the kitty, like the poster of the kitty hanging onto the clothesline, like, hang in there. And like, that's like postered all over Ginny Thomas's office or something. Like, right beside like a QAnon of Trump, like with the machine gun and like super muscular, like just can't imagine it. It's so fucking surreal.
It's unclear who exactly Thomas was referring to as her best friend, but previous reports say Thomas and her husband refer to each other in that regard and have done so publicly. Justice Thomas is not directly referenced in any of the messages, and Mrs. Thomas has said in the past she and her husband are not involved in each other's work. However, Clarence Thomas was the only justice, we'll remind you, who voted against the National Archives handing over President Trump's presidential records, which include these text messages.
Yeah, that part I cannot emphasize enough. An 8-1 decision. Golly gee, and he didn't provide reasoning. Like, it's fucking wild.
To the January 6th committee. And he dissented when the Supreme Court rejected Trump's bogus election challenges. NBC News has reached out to the attorney for Mark Meadows and to Ginny Thomas for comment. So, Joe, a lot to digest there. Obviously, the key question is, does Ginny Thomas speak for or represent the thinking of Justice Clarence Thomas, who made those decisions, who recused himself in that other case? But this is true, forgive me, quack stuff that she's pushing out there.
I think the part that people are really struggling with, too, is that, like, this QAnon stuff has done nothing but spread, very much like a thought germ, a viral idea. And so it's really hard to then say, if you're in a marriage with someone who believes in this stuff, it's pretty hard to say it's not affecting your thinking, that you created this, impervious wall of thought between you and your wife and her weird shenanigans. Like, at some point, there's going to be some middle ground between you. But how do you have a middle ground with a QAnoner? Like, it's out there. I can, like, I've been thinking about it, and like when I read about it, you just kind of accept that that's what they believe. You love them for other reasons. They're a good mother or father, or, you know, they show up and they cook the dinner, and you don't really talk about that stuff. And she's got her like political activism. She goes out and you just kind of ignore it, and it's never really that big of a deal. Like, I can absolutely imagine a world where people are married with crazy ideological differences, but kind of it's okay. But QAnon is actually, it's such a different thing. It's such a different beast that, yeah, I don't know. I'm struggling to imagine it. It's tough.
And suggesting that Sidney Powell, perhaps the lead quack, run this operation.
Well, yeah, and I must say, spending a good deal of my adult life in the conservative community in Washington, D.C., this is one of the most disturbing things.
Yeah, you no longer can live in the dark on it. Loud Tyrant Youth, you are now forced to understand what QAnon is, because it has reached the highest level of power in one of the most powerful countries on the planet. Like, I cannot emphasize how dangerous and bad this shit is. I think there's even like this phrase I would turn to as a joke, which is like, fascism tends to mold itself on the culture of the country that it emerges in, and like that's why different types of fascism are like hard to define. They sometimes come to conflict. Bearded boy, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, if it looks like a duck and it steps like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck in this case. Like, it's not good. Wait, Bearded boy, are you talking about him? Is he streaming again?
Ed, I can't believe I'm saying this through the entire Trump presidency and what we found out after the Trump presidency, for 3 reasons. First of all, spouses do their own work. They can do whatever they want to do.
Oh, nice.
Clarence Thomas does not tell his wife what to do, and vice versa. We can make that assumption. But Ginni Thomas on her own has been a pillar of Washington, D.C.'s conservative community. She's revered. She's celebrated. The who's who of Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I was having a pretty bad day yesterday. I haven't been on Twitch like all week. It's just like way too much real life shit to deal with. But yeah.
D.C. looks upon this woman as a leader of the conservative movement. It tells you how deeply corrupted and intellectually flawed that movement became through the Trump years. Ginni Thomas, I must say on a personal note, when I knew her serving in the House of Representatives, she was always an apologist for the Republican establishment. She always carried the water for the Republican establishment, and she has maintained those ties throughout her time in Washington, D.C. So Ginni Thomas is a representative of where the Republican Party has gone over the past 25, 30 years.
Nice.
That's frightening enough, reading these text messages. Secondly, you have the Chief of Staff of the President of the United States actually summoning the name of Jesus Christ. Think about the sickness of this. He summons the name of Jesus Christ.
He summons him
for his help in overturning American democracy. Now,
brilliant.
You could call it what
In God we trust, brother.
you want to call it, but if you're trying to throw out a presidential election because you lost, that's overthrowing American democracy. And he says he will make it the fight of his
What's a little light treason?
life with the help of Jesus Christ.
King of
overturn
Kings.
American democracy. Okay, so see,
In honk we trust. Yeah.
the thing about Mark when he was trying to undermine American democracy. He said, "This is a
Honkers. Yeah, honkers.
fight of good versus evil." But as a friend of mine said after reading the story last night, he's right. It was a fight between good and evil. He just got the jerseys mixed up. He was not on the side of good, using Jesus Christ's name to spread lies. to spread conspiracy theories?
Well,
I'm telling
never.
you, that's a level of sickness
I
never thought I would see from my own party. And the third thing.
From my own party.
That
Oh.
yes, it
Didn't
is
you
shocking.
leave? Didn't you leave Republicans like during the Trump years? Why'd you just say that? Why'd you say my own party?
From my old party.
My old party. That makes sense.
And the third thing. That is, yes, it is shocking about this. That Clarence Thomas, when he had a case that came before him, that he knew his wife would be associated with, didn't recuse himself.
Yeah, that's so good.
He was
it's so
the
funny.
lone dissenter
So funny.
to stop these text messages from coming out. And we've been told, by the way, that Clarence Thomas is in good health, that he's going to be fine, that he's recovered from treatment, and we are very grateful for that, and we look forward to him coming back on the court sometime very soon. What he did here, shocking. Any judge, you know what he said before, where he said the work of spouses can be separated out and should be separated out.
Salut, ça va bien dans le four? Ça va bien ce matin?
They're independent actors, except when they're not. And here, this is where their work comes together. And I will say, Jonathan Lemire, the fact that Clarence Thomas did not recuse himself, the fact that the president's chief of staff, after a presidential election that everybody knows he lost, including Mark Meadows, everybody knows he lost, including Mark Meadows. He says he's going to make it the fight of his life with the help of Jesus Christ, the King of Kings,
Nice.
the Lord of Lords, to overturn American democracy. This is really, really sick stuff. And it really does.
I just love to watch Joe be perpetually surprised by the party that he like was raised up in. It's so good. It's such good TV. And then like all these serious analysts who are like, yeah, totally shocking, everybody. I never saw it coming.
Show just the depths to which these people were willing to go to try to attack American democracy and throw out what Donald Trump's own people said was the cleanest presidential election in American history.
Yeah, you'd think we'd be beyond surprised at this point, but this was a jaw-dropping story when it broke last night. And a lot of Democrats that I talked to, aides to members of Congress, suggested, like, could this be something where Clarence Thomas be impeached, or at least face an inquiry about this? There's only been one Supreme Court justice ever impeached before in the history of the United States. We should mention Thomas still hospitalized for an infection. There is belief that he will recover, the Supreme Court says, but it's not clear when he will resume his.
There's some sort of poetic irony going on there, right? He's in the hospital for an infection of some sort. We don't really know what the details are. As a story breaks about his wife being infected by QAnon, by the insane. No way, Loudtart News. Clarence Thomas napped through so many oral arguments. He's famous for never saying a word until the last like 5-6 years. Like went decades on the court, just like basically napping during oral arguments, going so far as to just like. Like no joke. That's Clarence Thomas. It's this sleeping justice. It's insane to me that that now he's talking and he's starting to participate in oral arguments, and all of a sudden, like, Jesus Christ.
Duties physically on the bench. But this is something also we should remember that Mark Meadows, there's a criminal referral for Mark Meadows from the January 6th committee.
Yeah. Like first dude to get like what is it? Contempt of Congress in like decades.
Because of his refusal to cooperate with that investigation. So there are a lot of people looking at the Department of Justice to see where that could go. But this shows in such stark detail the efforts to overturn the election and the delusion that had gripped the Trump White House and some of its closest allies to try to compare this effort to the work of Jesus Christ and to call it the work of good versus evil, and to show that it will stop at nothing. These texts all come from the window right after the election, and we know that the fever only intensified within the West Wing as Trump, so many staffers left, and Trump was only left there with his loyalists, and including Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, who kind of came in and out of favor.
Who were a great pair. I can't wait to refresh all of your memories about these two.
And Mark Meadows was there throughout, and they stopped at nothing in efforts to try to overturn this election. We should also mention Ginni Thomas has admitted she was at President Trump's rally on the Ellipse the morning of January 6th. She said she did not go onto the Capitol ahead of the riot, but she was right there in every possible effort to overturn this election, the wife of a sitting Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, and let me just say, Democrats talking about impeachment or are people talking about crimes coming out of this, just take a deep breath. What we've learned is justice will not be served when it comes to Donald Trump. It just won't.
Oh, cool. Oh, okay. All right.
I don't know why. I don't know why the Justice Department won't walk through that door and actually hold him accountable. I don't know what happened in Manhattan. I sure know that the prosecutors, and we didn't report about this because, well, we've got a war going on. We're on the verge of World War III, but you have a prosecutor who quit the case up in Manhattan because he said what we all know. We all know this, too. Donald Trump's guilty of multiple crimes. Now, if you're out there writing columns saying that this is a witch hunt, you don't know Donald Trump. Donald Trump hyperinflated the value of his assets his entire life. He lied to banks about it. Is the testimony. He lied to everybody about it. Has long been the opinion of everybody that's ever known him or been around him.
I like how he just narrowly avoided like libel or slander, I think slander or whatever it is, by being like, this is the opinion of pretty much everyone who knows him. Like, adds those words on real quick.
And it seems that the facts bear that out. Certainly the prosecutor thought that, but guess what? Once again, Donald Trump escapes justice. So if you're sitting here reading this story thinking that actually justice will be served against these people who tried to overthrow American democracy, we found out that this Justice Department is not interested in doing that.
Thought it was one nation under God, but guess Democrats don't believe in anything. The one nation under God, I think, was added in like the 50s. It's like not even that old of American tradition.
We found out Merrick Garland's not interested in serving up justice because somebody somewhere might think, oh my God, there's a political angle to this. Are you kidding me? This after that guy that's on the screen right now spent 4 years trying to break down the wall between the White House and the Justice Department, the White House and the FBI, the White House and the intel services. And
it's crazy how news have become entertainment. Yeah, Dan, I think Alex Jones was the first to sort of break that wall, because we used to have the Walter Cronkite era where news broadcasters, everyone just sort of trusted it, and we all shared the same like narrative, at least fact-based narrative, and then we had our different opinions. And nowadays, you find, especially like people like me, like smaller streamers, and Fox News is, of course, the worst example, where they just simply argued in court. We're not news. We call ourselves Fox News, but no reasonable person would think we are news. And that flew in the court. So, yeah, we kind of crossed the Rubicon a little while ago. Now it's more about just like you collect as many varied sources as possible, and you sort of learn about reputation over time. That's kind of rude towards Cheetos. Loud tyrant news. I don't know. My dad was saying Trump is either going to be president or go to prison. He could just flee to Russia. Huh? Option number 3. He just goes to Mother Russia.
Now we have an attorney general that won't even bring charges when crimes are committed. We have a DA in Manhattan that won't even bring charges when his own prosecutors who have been on this case a long time said he's committed.
I'm learning a lot more from you than the media. Oh, thanks, Dan Dufour. Hopefully I learn from you guys too, and we're all learning better together. Always try to check my bullshit because like I am wrong on stuff, but But yeah, hopefully I'm like grounding it in pretty solid reporters. I got a really good article from Jane Meyer later that we're going to check out, which is sort of like summarizing the legal analysts of this Ginny Thomas story. Then there's the laptop and diary, but oh my God, Trump. Wait, what laptop and diary? Are you talking about Hunter Biden?
Did multiple crimes? It's just not.
Aww. Well, your mom seems pretty cool, loud, tired youth. Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough week, everybody, but hopefully I get back into the groove. We're heading towards the finals of school, so it's so busy. I'm like coming up with this really innovative strategy to tackle the scourge of phishing scams. You know those links you get in your email and it like ruins your life? I want to try to combat that somehow. And also, yeah, I've been pouring a lot of energy into that.
Going to happen in this case, Mika. It's not going to happen either. And that's all a very long prelude to say this. Even if no charges are...
Oh, wait. Before he gets to his point, these two people fucking. I just want you to know. Just want you to know. This is a couple. And it's really funny to watch them interact live. Because they be fucking. Or they not fucking. And you can tell.
Ever brought, even if there's no disciplinary actions
necessary
ever taken
context
in this case. This Woodward story and Costa story, these texts, these exchanges serve as the most damning indictment against the Trump White House that we have seen so far. And Mark Meadows makes it very...
It wasn't the discussion with Zelensky to withhold military aid right before war breaks out. That was pretty damning. There's a whole impeachment over it.
Clear that he is going to use the shield of Jesus Christ. Oh, what a righteous man.
Nice.
To overturn American democracy. And prosecutors... I don't know if intent still matters at the Justice Department, but if it does, he says in his text that the mission of his life will be overturning a fair and free democratic American election.
I get information wrong too. My evidence that Israel had joined sanctions against Russia was wrong. Yeah, I think like as time goes on, Simon, I'm hoping it's true that everyone gets that kind of experience where their hand gets a little burned from like thinking one thing is true, and then you find out from later reporting that, oh no, it actually turned out to be, you know, misinformation. I know I have been guilty of that. I don't, certainly not on stream because I'm pure and golden and good, but generally in my past, I've definitely shared misinformation. And sometimes it can be, yeah, the quality of source. I think like if you really dig into that, I find the biggest difference between personality types or like different, like, I don't know how to say it, but I find if I disagree with what I consider to be good evidence compared to bad evidence with someone else, like they're like, yeah, this is really good evidence. And I'm like, no, that's not good evidence. We will fundamentally disagree on pretty much everything. Like all good conversations start with an agreement on what counts as evidence, as what counts as like within the realm of fact. And it's sort of an idea I've had by engaging with people who are like this QAnon, who are like that far out of pocket.
Let that sink in for a second, guys.
You hear that? Let that sink in, everybody.
Gals.
NBs.
And tell me whether there's intent there to subvert American democracy.
Sounds like intent.
We know how this story's going to end. Everybody's going to walk. The bad guys always get away in the Trump administration. They will here as well.
Nice.
It's unfortunately the whole American belief that no man is above the law. That doesn't apply to Donald Trump. We don't know why. It just doesn't. But again, this story in and of itself, Mika, these texts, they indict all of them as un-American, unpatriotic seditioners.
But not in the legal sense where it matters, just in the moral sense where it doesn't matter.
End of story.
Well, joining us now, Pulitzer Prize-winning associate editor of the Washington.
All right, and now we come to the source of all of this story, at least the one who's talking about it, because the January 6th commission was the one who got the documents, and I guess he was able to get a source to confirm that story. And we all trust Bob Woodward. He was the one who was instrumental in Watergate, and so like he's a massively trusted. Like when Bob Woodward speaks, people listen. So for him to be in on this story, one of the major sources, lends an incredible amount of credibility, and it's part of why everybody's freaking the fuck out. Yeah.
Post Bob Woodward. He is co-author with Robert Costa of
Can't believe Biden brought up one world order. What? Tell me more. Tell
the
me
book
more.
Peril, and he and Costa broke this story about the text messages. And wow, I'm not sure where to begin. I guess I'll ask you to choose among two of what I think are the biggest takeaways from it. I mean, is this a story about Ginni Thomas, or is it?
Oh, stop. Okay, before this, I have to stop everything because this is way too funny.
President Biden talks of a new world order. If he's serious, he will need a strong dollar.
It's such a Forbes take. It's such a Forbes take.
Hello, I'm Steve Forbes, and this is What's Ahead, where you get the insights you need to better navigate these turbulent times.
Turbulence.
Off-the-cuff remarks
Wait, what
at
the
a
fuck?
meeting of the Business Roundtable this week, President Biden said, quote, "There's going to be a new world order out there. And we've got to..."
I want to actually see it, though. I want to see if I can watch Joe Biden say it. Sorry. I thought this guy was going to cite his source, but he didn't. Talks about 40 seconds. This should be it. What does it mean for my money?
We are at an inflection point, I believe, in the world economy. Not just the world economy, in the world. It occurs every 3 or 4 generations. As one of them, as the one.
Living through my 4th financial crisis in my lifetime. Cool. Very normal. Very normal for most people.
One of the top military people said to me in a secure meeting the other day, 60 million people died between 1900 and 1946. And since then, we established a liberal world order, and that hadn't happened in a long while. A lot of people dying, but nowhere near the chaos.
Okay.
And now is a time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there. And we've got to lead it. And we've got to chaos. And now is a time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there. And we've got to lead it.
Stop. You gotta lead it.
Things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there. And we've got to lead it. And we've got to unite the rest of the free world in doing it. So anyway.
Okay, that's clip. That's a clip. That's a clippable moment. that's such a clippable moment. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that. That's absolutely gold. Thank you for that. That was a very worthy and worthwhile detour. Let's go back to serious reporting on this serious story, everybody.
About a Supreme Court justice. I'll ask you to choose among two of what I think are the biggest takeaways from it. I mean, is this a story about Ginni Thomas, or is it about a Supreme Court justice potentially being compromised in a decision that he made that he gave absolutely no reason for, and none of the other justices went that way?
Well,
what's actually amazing is that from like the perspective of Ginni Thomas, she's completely validated now. She feels completely valid in her concept that this is a struggle between good versus evil, that Biden is bringing in this liberal new world order. It's going to take your jobs, going to take your freedom. And yeah, it's just going to make the hyper politicization process just like worse. Just like people are just going to get way more polarized over this. QAnoners are going to lose their goddamn minds. It's proof. We have the evidence.
we're going to find out. I mean, this is a story that is starting, but what struck Robert Costa and myself is we got access to these text messages. When I walked in here with you, you had a look of wonder that I've frankly over the years never seen on your face.
It's just, but you can't write these text messages and believe in the Constitution. So there's just this massive conflict, and what has happened to this I think, a fairly well-known Republican member of the Republican Party, Ginni Thomas.
Yes, well, she's an activist, and she's entitled to that. She has the First Amendment rights. But here she is playing the role of campaign manager and political consultant for the White House, coming in and talking about things that I mean, there is a self-righteous tone. We're on the moral high road. I mean, Meadows himself says this is a fight of good versus evil.
He's
and he invokes the name of Jesus, King of Kings.
God.
We're going to help in this. I guess you have to call it a crusade that they were on. So tell me about Meadows in this exchange. How do you read his texts? Is he all in with Ginni Thomas, who's clearly all in on, let's just overturn this election? Is he all in on that? Is he humoring her at times? What is he?
Well, I think sometimes, I mean, White House Chief of Staff, I've written about 15 of them over the years. There's a lot of incoming. And, but it's that one where he says good versus evil. And this is the problem we have in our politics. And
I actually want to double down on that. There's this really famous quote from Barry Goldwater, who was an American senator from Arizona and nominee for president in 1964. And he was like kind of like appealing to the religious right. But he says, quote, "Mark my words. If and when these preachers get control of the Republican Party, and they're sure trying to do so, it's going to be a terrible damn problem. Frankly, these people frighten me. Politics and governing demand compromise, but these Christians believe they are acting in the name of God, so they can't and won't compromise. I know. I've tried to deal with them." Said in 1994. Yeah, that is really ringing out, like 20 years later.
People who believe, as you point out, Mika, in the Constitution's very clear. We'll have the election. Then once we have the election, the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act make it crystal clear. It now goes to the Congress to certify the winner. And in this process, it's sacrosanct, it's clear. It was Vice President Pence who resisted all of this pressure.
Pence was the one who saved us, everybody. Mike Pence is the hero of this story. It hurts my brain that Mike Pence, literally the guy who a fly landed on mid-debate for like 4 minutes, just a fly landing on him. No weird symbolism going on there. And he is the one who basically prevents the absolute collapse or the rapid decline of the American empire. Religion should not have the amount of pull it has on politics. It's tough, though, because religion can equally be supplanted for the word family, right? Like, a lot of times if you have a tight-knit religious community, it can operate like an extended family. And so challenging beliefs within that, or kicking people out or keeping people in, is like, that's basically politics. Like, can you build a party that can have more votes and have more pull than others? And religion's really good at, recruiting people. And normally churches are not supposed to be saying political things, but I don't think the IRS ever enforces it. So there's this massive gray area where churches are absolutely pushing candidates and the whole voting thing. And it's hard to separate that from just normal people going to church and listening to their pastor. So that's where things get kind of sticky.
But here we have Ginni Thomas not just being part of the pressure campaign, but herself saying, "Release the Kraken."
Release the Kraken. The mythological release the Kraken.
Let's go! Release the Kraken, everybody!
Sidney Powell, the
fuck yes.
I'm going to call
one
her
of the Trump lawyers.
I'm going to call her.
That's what I should have called this stream. Release the Kraken. God damn, such a good.
wingnut because she was the most extreme, most unhinged. By this time, Donald Trump has decided that Sidney Powell is off the rails, yet Ginni Thomas is still with him.
And yes, Ginni Thomas say, oh, make her the face in the lead of this effort.
Willie.
Wild.
Yeah, Bob, she's actually reaches out to Meadows to say she does not like the disparagement that she's seen from White House officials of Sidney Powell. She's got a thing for Sidney Powell. Who knows what it is? I mean, there's so much to...
And like in the legal community, Sidney Powell is just like an absolute kook.
Point to there. I would also add that when she watched Ginni Thomas, the infamous RNC press conference with Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani, yes, the one where he was sweating hair dye down.
Okay, we're actually going to watch some of that. I pulled it up because if you have not seen this, it is history in the making, okay? This is like such a classic. Such a classic.
I was instructed.
Okay, so where's Sidney Powell? Is Rudy first?
A plan.
There's Sidney.
From a centralized place.
Oh, it starts right away. Nice. Okay, cool. We won't watch all of it. Just like, I want you to get the vibe.
Good afternoon. And thank you very much for coming. This is representative of our legal team. We're representing President Trump, and we're representing the Trump campaign. When I finish, Sidney Powell and then Jenna Ellis will follow me, and we will present in brief the evidence that we've collected over the last, I guess it is 2 weeks. Also, Joseph Genever, Victoria Tenzing are here with me. There are a lot more lawyers working on this, but we're the senior lawyers, and Boris Epstein. So, I guess the best way to describe this is when we began our representation of the president, we certainly were confronted with a very anomalous set of results. The president way ahead on election night.
I want you to reflect and maybe say in the chat at what point the facade falls through. Like, pretend you don't know anything about these people or what words are going to come out of their mouth. Ostensibly, like on its face, these are representatives of the president. Okay, these are like his personal lawyers coming out. Personal attorney for President Trump. Right there it says on C-SPAN. Or CPAC? Is it CPAC or yeah, C-SPAN. So tell me when you fall off. Tell me when you go, okay, maybe this is not what it appears to be.
700,000 or 800,000 in Pennsylvania. Somehow he lost Pennsylvania. We have statisticians willing to testify that that's almost statistically impossible to have happened in the period of time that it happened. But of course, that's just speculation. As we started investigating, both our investigations and the very patriotic and brave American citizens that have come forward are extraordinary. Extraordinary number of people, extraordinary number of witnesses. And what emerged very quickly is there's not a singular voter fraud in one state.
Oh.
This pattern repeats itself in a number of states.
Oh, okay.
Almost exactly the same pattern, which to any experienced investigator, prosecutor, would suggest that there was a plan from a centralized place to execute these various acts of voter fraud, specifically focused on big cities.
Okay.
And specifically focused on, as you would imagine, big cities controlled by Democrats, and particularly focused on big cities that have a long history of corruption. The number of voter fraud cases in Philadelphia could fill a library.
Wow.
Just a few weeks ago, there was a conviction for voter fraud, and 2 weeks before that. And I've often said, I guess sarcastically, but it's true, the only surprise I would have found in this is if Philadelphia hadn't cheated in this election. Because for the last 60 years, they've cheated in just about every single election.
Oh, well, that's a very different claim. Wait, what? I missed that part.
You could say the same thing about Detroit. Each one of these cities are cities that are controlled by Democrats, which means they can get away with anything they want to do. It means they have a certain degree of control over, certainly control the election board completely.
Does this still seem legit, everybody? We're only like 2 minutes in.
And they control law enforcement. And unfortunately, they have some friendly judges that will issue ridiculously irrational opinions just to come out in their favor. So let's start with the specifics. Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, margin of victory now for Biden, which is not a victory, it's a fraud, is 69.
Wow, he just comes out and says it. All right.
140 votes. The reality is that we are now at a count of 682,770 ballots, for which we have affidavits that there was no inspection of that ballot at the time that it was entered in the vote. It was a mail ballot. Mail ballots are particularly prone to fraud. We will warn.
That's just a claim he's just making. He's just saying it. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. He just says the words.
About that by Jimmy Carter, President Jimmy Carter, and Secretary Baker in a report about a dozen years ago.
A
in which
dozen.
they said that mail balloting is particularly susceptible of fraud, that we should very carefully consider ever doing it, and that it can be taken advantage of. Justice Souter warned us of the same thing in a comment in an election law case. And even the New York Times wrote articles about how dangerous mail-in voting was.
Wow.
And this is the first time we ever did it en masse. And I think we proved that all three are prophets. It's not only susceptible to fraud, it is easily susceptible to fraud, particularly if you have a plan or scheme, which sounds eerily similar to what Joe Biden told us a few days before the election, that he had the best voter fraud team in the world.
Oh, there it is, everybody. He has it's in the name. A voter fraud team. That's the Biden crime family for you.
Well, they were good. I don't know that they were that good because they made significant mistakes, like all crooks do, and we caught them. One of them was pushing out Republican inspectors.
Okay, so you're starting to get a vibe for it. If you keep going,
Democrat.
This man, I kid you not,
To vote.
he's starting to fall apart.
Identification. Why would you not ask for identification?
Look,
Because
he's
you
starting to
knew
fall apart.
that a lot of people not entitled to vote were going to come in and early vote. Because you knew that illegal immigrants were going to be allowed to vote. You knew if you
Her
lived in
eyes are
Philadelphia,
glazed over.
Unless you're stunad, that's an Italian expression for stupid. Unless you're stupid, you knew that a lot of people were coming over from Camden to vote. They do every year.
Just listen to this.
Happens all the time in Philly. It's about as frequent as getting
He's
beaten up at
rambling.
a Philadelphia Eagle football game. Happens all the time. All the time. And it's allowed to happen because it is a Democrat, corrupt city. And has been for years.
Yeah, you said that already.
Many, many years. And they carried it out.
So you keep going, and eventually,
Of Constantino
we're going to get to a point.
from the American people.
He is
They
still
elected Donald
talking.
Trump.
This is like 40 minutes of
The
just
system has
straight
been
talking. Okay,
Mr.
so here's
Soros,
Cindy
number two
Powell.
person in the UK.
This is who Ginny Thomas believes is cool
Where
and
he found-
based and smart.
created.
And like really got her
His
finger on the
affidavit is
pulse.
attached to the pleadings of Lynn Wood in the lawsuit he filed in Georgia. It is a stunning, detailed affidavit because he was with Hugo Chavez while he was being briefed on how it worked. He was with Hugo Chavez when he saw it operate to make sure
Hugo
he got everything out
Chavez!
his way. That was the express purpose for creating this software. He has seen it operate, and as soon as he saw the multiple states shut down the voting on the night of the election, he knew the same thing was happening here, that was what had gone on.
Ah.
Now, the software itself was created with so many variables and so many back doors that can be hooked up to the internet or a thumb drive stuck in it or whatever. But one
Or the whatever.
of its most characteristic features is its ability to flip votes. It can set and run an algorithm that probably ran all over the country to take a certain percentage of votes from President Trump and flip them to President Biden,
Big if true.
which we might never have uncovered had the votes for President Trump not been so overwhelming in so many of these states that it broke the algorithm that had been plugged into the system. And
People voted for Trump so fucking hard, it broke the algorithm, everybody.
states
One
that
more
had
time.
President Trump not been so overwhelming in so have uncovered had the votes for President Trump not been so overwhelming in so many of these states that it broke the algorithm that had been plugged into the system, and that's what caused them to have to shut down in the states they shut down in. That's
Come on, that's so good. It's so funny. It's so good.
when they came in the back door with all the mail-in ballots, many of which they had actually fabricated. Some were on pristine paper with identically matching perfect circle dots for Mr. Biden. Others
Wow, everybody. I
were
can't even.
shoved in batches.
Can't even
They're always
meme
put in
anymore.
a certain number of batches, and people would rerun the same batch. This corresponds to our statistical evidence that shows incredible spikes in the vote counts at particular times, and that corresponds to
Particularly right after people got off work.
eyewitness testimony of numerous people who have come forward and said they saw the ballots come in the back door at that time. Notably, the Dominion executives are nowhere to be found now. They are moving their offices.
And Dominion ended up suing them for like $1 billion over this. And I'm actually going to take a little look and see if that's worth looking into, see where that case is at, because she is in deep legal shit right now. These words are literally exposing her and Rudy Giuliani. The next words out of her mouth are going to expose her to upwards of $1 billion in damage.
Overnight to different places. They are
Again?
moving their offices. Executives are nowhere to be found now. They are moving their offices overnight to different places. Their office in Toronto was shared with one of the Soros entities. One of the leaders of the Dominion project overall is Lord Malloch Brown, Mr. Soros' number 2 person in the UK, and part of his organization. There are
Don't you understand? It was a back door, Dan. It was the back door.
ties of the Dominion leadership to the Clinton Foundation and to other known politicians in this country. Just to give you a brief description of how this worked, I'm going to quote from a letter that was written. And
okay, so she's clearly struggling. The thing I love the most is that, like, so often their arguments boil down to I saw them and then something was solved in my head. So now Giuliani takes the stage.
Surprise. If that's not a
and
headline
this is
tomorrow,
famous.
Then you don't know what a headline is. There isn't a single person in this country that would have believed that we have states that are stupid enough to have our vote sent out of this country. You couldn't possibly believe that the company counting our vote, with control over our vote, is owned by two Venezuelans who were
staring right at it.
Chavez.
He's fucking everybody's just fucking can't take their eyes off it.
Are present allies of Maduro, with a company whose chairman
talking about Venezuela
is a close associate and business partner of George Soros, the biggest donor.
So yeah, that's the very famous thing. Back to Ginni Thomas.
His cheek, she wrote to Mark Meadows that she was brought to tears by what Rudy was doing, in a good way. She was so moved by his attempt to overturn the election. The key question, though...
So while you were watching that and going, huh? Ginni Thomas was crying, like, feel strong, man. Feel strong. Oh, jeez. Oh, I don't know if I can... Yeah, let's see. Do I have feel strong, man? No, I don't. Yeah, she was feeling it.
As you point out, is whether or not Justice Thomas shares any of these feelings, whether he knew about it, whether it affects his decisions to recuse himself or to dissent on the National Archives question. Did you find anything in your reporting, Bob, that showed he shares the views of Ginni Thomas?
We don't know that, and at the same time, the January 6th committee, as demonstrated by these texts, is very aggressive and going after the full story. I think there's going to be a question, do they want to subpoena Ginni Thomas? And that is about as delicate, I mean, you can almost hear the air vibrate when you raise that possibility.
How could they?
That sentence from Bob Woodward is so incredible to me. He's so self-aware of how dangerous a question that is, to subpoena the wife of a Supreme Court justice. Woo!
On that point, though, there is a text in which she refers to a conversation she had with my best friend.
Right.
How did you read that? Did you read that as a conversation with
He
Justice
has
Thomas?
publicly called her his best friend. Okay. And so there's an implication there, but...
it seems like she's intonating toward him, but we don't know.
Exactly.
Thank you. Needed that. This plus a conversation with my best friend just now. I will try to keep holding on. America is worth it.
And as reporters, we want to stick to
the
let's
facts.
get the story and let's find out here. But there's an audacity in these messages. There is a kind of, at the end, she says, America is going to be lost if Biden wins. She attacks Biden and says he's part of the Biden crime family and so forth. I mean, this is what...
it's not a far leap from the Hillary crime family to the Biden crime family, now is it?
Over the years, we've all seen lots of true believers on the Republican Party, Democratic Party, left and right. But these are the people who stay behind the scenes and run campaigns. They are not out, in a sense, negotiating with the White House Chief of Staff of this is the messaging, the staffing directions, this is the strategy.
And she happens to be married to a Supreme Court justice. Jonathan Lemire has the next question.
Super normal.
Hey, Bob, good to see you again. Jaw-dropping reporting, nicely done. Want to get you to weigh in on something we were talking about a little earlier. We talk about this Justice Thomas, but also the bind this now puts Chief Justice Roberts
which part? What would be defamation?
As he has been so mindful of trying to protect the reputation of the court, trying to keep it above and out of politics, and yet politics has now landed on his doorstep.
Yes, well, I mean, this is a difficulty not just for Roberts, but for the whole court. What is going on here? What is the obligation? And the obligation, happily, is in the Constitution and the laws. And in one of these text messages, believe it or not, she says, well, we should talk to former Nixon aide Monica Crowley.
Saying it's a crime family. Well, she was saying it like in a private text, right? So defamation is usually a public statement.
And she knows how to deal with things like this. We know what happened to Nixon.
And I think, like, if you dig into it, Hillary Clinton might be trying to sue people for describing her and Bill as the Clinton crime family. I think I came across that, but I could be wrong.
And have we forgotten the lessons of Watergate? What were the lessons of Watergate? Don't tamper with and meddle with our election system.
That's Bob Woodward, the guy who broke Watergate with, what was it, Carl Bernstein or whoever the other journalist was? Like, literally here opining about the lessons of Watergate. It's wild.
We have a system that is held its ground beautifully over the years. And
that's a questionable statement, though.
And to have this, to see the passion, the sense of you can only look at this one way. You know, what has happened? I mean, Gene, you've written about this almost every week.
Yeah.
The division in our politics is so great, and it's not just on the right, it's on the left, as we know. And so
both sides.
Who's going to find a way to turn down the temperature?
Jump in.
Boy.
Well, and again, let's go back to what Mark Meadows said in his text back for her after she sent crazed QAnon conspiracy theories. He said this is a battle of good versus evil. He summoned Jesus Christ's help in overturning American democracy.
Nice.
And you are right. He says this is a fight versus good versus evil. Evil always looks like the victor until the King of Kings triumphs. Do not grow weary in well-doing. The fight continues. I have staked my career on it, Bob. That is, I think, I know a lot of people are focusing on what Ginni Thomas said. For me, though, that Meadows statement, that Meadows text is the most breathtaking because you and Costa masterfully put together the reporting in your book on the lead up to January 6th. But this takes us into the mindset of people inside the Trump White House who actually believe, running the Trump White House, actually believed they were doing Jesus Christ's work by undermining American democracy and
This is what makes it such a scary thing, right? It's one thing to say, hey, man, our politics is in a bad way. People are spreading crazy conspiracy theories in order to whip up the base so that they can sail to an easy election. What a cynical political ploy to like foment a bunch of fear and hatred in order to win political election. That's one thing. That's already bad. But it's so much worse when it's not a political cynical ploy, when it's they drunk the Kool-Aid, they believe it. It's oh yeah, we in a fight for good versus evil. Like it's like that's pretty much game over territory when it comes to like civil democracy. I don't know.
Keeping in power illegally a want-to-be tyrant. I've got to ask you, in all of your years of reporting on this Trump White House, have you seen anything more shocking than what you uncovered in this story that was published yesterday?
Well, comparing shocks is really a difficult business, particularly having done this for 50 years. But what real bend in this is all these texts are after the election. We have a system, we hold the election, okay, now it's over, and as we know, every state, 50 states, and the District of Columbia submitted their electors, and that was it. Along comes, this lawyer who writes the memo saying, oh no, there's 7 states that have alternative. John Eastman. I mean, come on. There were 0, and it was investigated. So at this moment, you have to kind of...
It's just a big lie, right? You just pick a lie and then you repeat it, repeat it, repeat it, repeat it. People often tend to believe stuff that they've just like come into contact multiple times.
Say, we've all been in conflicts and...
350 million donated from Zuckerberg to push, guess what? Meta, like to push the metaverse? Donated. Donated from Zuckerberg to push... I don't know. Any guesses in the chat? What do you think? What did Zuckerberg donate? You know, a third of a bill. It's to push free speech. I'm going with free speech. I'm going to go with free speech. What are other guesses? What do other people think?
Battles. You have to kind of say, it's over.
Yeah.
We lost.
Yeah, right.
The Constitution makes it very clear. Ginny Thomas is saying, no, it's not over.
Lose.
This is the end of America. Yeah. There is an emotionalism. There is a conviction. And so...
Wait, is this from a year ago? Does Facebook allow free speech? Facebook's pretty pro-conservative, I thought. Mark Zuckerberg donated $400 million to help local election offices during pandemic. I don't know if I like that. That's a little sussy.
Joe Biden, as we all know, has the job finding a way to kind of get it down, get us to stop doing this.
Mentioned President Biden's making 2 stops in Poland today. The White House announced late last night that the president will travel first to southeastern Poland, about an hour from the Ukrainian border, to meet with the Polish president. The area has become a hub for the humanitarian response for Ukrainian refugees. President Biden...
Okay, so this is Ukraine stuff. I think we're going to skip on that. Maybe talk about it later. Now we're going to move on to this interesting piece of reporting from Jane Meyer. If you don't know who she is, she wrote Dark Money, which is the magnum opus right now of our times. It's one of the best books you can read to understand the corruption of American politics by dark money groups. This is the New Yorker. Legal scholars are shocked by Ginni Thomas's Stop the Steal texts. Several experts say that Thomas's husband, the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, must recuse himself from any case related to the 2020 election. Several of the country's most respected legal scholars say that Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas must immediately recuse... Ooh, maybe I should put on a little bit of music? Huh? Maybe a little bit of background music? It's a good idea. Just give me a sec. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Several of the country's most respected legal scholars say that Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas must immediately recuse himself from any cases relating to the 2020 election and its aftermath, now that it has been revealed that his wife, Virginia Ginni Thomas, colluded extensively with a top White House advisor about overturning Joe Biden's victory over then President Donald Trump. On March 24th, the Washington Post and CBS News revealed that they had obtained copies of 29 text messages between Ginni Thomas and Mark Meadows, the Trump White House chief of staff, in which she militated relentlessly for invalidating the results of the presidential election, which he described as an, quote, obvious fraud. Let's make this bigger. I'll also bring up the chat. Bigger. Oh yeah, here we go. Stephen Gillers, a law professor at NYU and a prominent judicial ethicist, described the revelations as, quote, a game changer. In the past, he explained, he had supported the notion that a justice and his spouse could pursue their interests in autonomous spheres. For that reason, I was prepared to and did tolerate a great deal of Ginny's political activism, he said, but, quote, Ginny has now crossed a line. In an email reacting to the text, Gillers concluded, quote, Clarence Thomas cannot sit on any matter involving the election, the invasion of the Capitol, or the work of the January 6th committee, end quote. As I noted in a recent investigation of Ginny Thomas, this was the article that I read on stream not too long ago. Supreme Court justices aren't bound by the judicial code of conduct that applies to all other federal judges, which mandates that they recuse themselves from participating in any cases in which personal entanglements could cause a fair-minded member of the public to doubt their impartiality. Are you a fair-minded member of the public? Are you doubting the impartiality of Clarence Thomas right now? Yet justices are subject to a federal law that prohibits them from hearing cases in which their spouses have, quote, an interest that could be substantially affected by the outcome of the proceeding. The statute, 28 U.S.C. section 455, also requires them to disqualify themselves from any proceedings in which their, quote, impartiality might reasonably be questioned. Justice Thomas has already participated in 2 cases related to the 2020 election and its aftermath, despite his wife's direct involvement in the so-called Stop the Steal efforts. A third case, John Eastman, which is a name written in legal fire and brimstone right now. A third case, John Eastman versus Benny Thompson, may soon reach the court. Eastman, a right-wing legal theorist who advised Trump on ways to challenge the 2020 election results, is arguing that attorney-client privilege shields his records from the congressional committee that is investigating the January 6th insurrection, which is chaired by Thompson, a Democratic member of Congress from Mississippi. The committee argues that this privilege can't be used to conceal potential crimes by Eastman or Trump. The case, currently in a federal district court in California, is likely to reach the Supreme Court on appeal. So, okay, looks like future conflicts of interest, everybody. Giller's email to me laid out several reasons for why Thomas must now recuse himself from all such cases. Most narrowly, he said, these cases could lead to discovery of inappropriate conduct by Ginny Thomas, as her texts with Meadows demonstrate. Quote, she actively insinuated herself in the events through her text to Meadows, and perhaps more extensively. Gillers continued, that's enough to require her husband to abstain from participation in any case in which her actions might be further revealed, end quote. Justice Thomas, he said, clearly, quote, has an understandable interest in protecting his wife. For that reason alone, Gillers explained, his impartiality might reasonably be questioned, which the law says requires recusal. More broadly, Gillers argued, quote, Ginny became part of the team seeking to overturn the election. That team, expressly identified as a critical part of its strategy, appeals to the Supreme Court, and therefore to Clarence. He added, Ginny chose to make herself part of the story that the Trump side, her side, would then ask the court, including her husband, to interpret in its favor. Yeah, super dabbing, super dabbing. Gillers emphasized that it's impossible to know whether Clarence Thomas could actually be impartial in such cases, but he argued the justice has now forfeited the right to, quote, ask the public to trust his impartiality, adding, now that Ginny's texts are revealed, Clarence could not sit in any such cases. Yeah, it's impossible at this point. And yeah, not good. The new revelations of Ginny Thomas's machinations have caused legal experts such as Gillers to retroactively cast a critical eye on those cases related to the 2020 election, which Thomas has already heard. Both Justice Thomas and his wife have repeatedly denied that there is any conflict of interest between her activism and his work on the country's highest judicial body. Earlier this month, Ginny Thomas gave an interview to the Washington Free Beacon, a conservative publication that was evidently meant to set the record straight. Quote, Clarence doesn't discuss his work with me and I don't involve him in my work, she said. But she also admitted for the first time that on January 6, 2021, she had attended Trump's militant Stop the Steal rally, which was held near the White House. Huh. That's a bit of quite the admission there. She said that she had left the event before it ended, not because she was offended by speakers' baseless allegations that Trump was the true winner of the election, but simply because she was cold. Okay. The reality devolved into a deadly assault on the U.S. Capitol. She has condemned the violence, but has defended the protests. And she signed an open letter castigating the congressional investigation of the January 6th events and demanding the banishment of Republicans in Congress, such as Representative Liz Cheney, who support the inquiry. So, has personally led a campaign in protests against the January 6th committee. Okay. The 29 texts don't just indicate Ginni Thomas's efforts to scheme with high-level administration figures. They expose her belief in baseless conspiracy theories. For example, she texted Meadows that, quote, watermarked ballots in over 12 states have been part of a huge Trump and military white hat sting operation. At the time, believers in the extremist QAnon conspiracy were arguing that Trump had secretly watermarked ballots in order to detect fraud by Democrats. This January, Clarence Thomas was the sole dissenter in a proceeding in which Trump asked the court to stop the House Investigative Committee from obtaining records of his communications relating to efforts to subvert the 2020 election results. It is unclear whether Trump's records would have implicated Ginni Thomas. Meadows filed an amicus brief in the case in support of Trump's claims of executive privilege, and at the time, Meadows' lawyers were arguing that his cooperation with congressional investigators depended on whether Trump would be ordered to comply himself. Yet, by that point, Meadows had already turned over to the congressional committee some 2,300 texts, and according to the Washington Post, they included the 29 message exchange between him and Ginni Thomas. So that's our source. It is not yet known whether there were even more texts revealing Ginni Thomas's encouragement of overturning the election, and whether Justice Thomas knew at the time about her potential exposure. Gillers told me that had Justice Thomas been aware of such communications, he should not have sat, end quote. Gillers also said that Thomas cannot justify having heard the case by claiming that he was unaware of his wife's interest in the outcome. Quote, it was Thomas's responsibility to ask Ginni what she was doing to help overturn Biden's victory. Don't ask, don't tell is not an acceptable strategy for the Thomas's marriage. Thomas should have realized that the public would assume that he and Ginni did discuss Trump's Stop the Steal efforts and Ginni's participation in those efforts. Thomas does not avoid recusal by stuffing his ears, assuming he even did so. Wow. Gillers noted that judges often say that, quote, intentional avoidance of knowledge is knowledge. Wait, what? Gillers noted that judges often say that, quote, intentional avoidance of knowledge is knowledge. I don't know about you, but I gotta digest that for a second. That's interesting. Because if you're able to avoid knowing about something repeatedly, you clearly know enough about it to know it. What an odd sentence. Intentional avoidance of knowledge is knowledge. Huh. Oh man, that's really interesting. When I spoke with Stephen Vladek, a professor at the University of Texas School of Law, he also made note of the federal statute requiring justices to recuse themselves if a spouse has, quote, an interest in a proceeding's outcome. It's unclear whether any of Ginni Thomas's scheming was described in the papers that Trump attempted to withhold from investigators. But, Vladek told me, quote, if any of her stuff was in the Trump docs, she sure had an interest, and this would make Justice Thomas's dissent unethical. Yeah. In an email, Bruce Green, an expert in judicial ethics at Fordham Law School, told me that he agrees with Vladek. Quote, if Justice Thomas knew that his wife's emails were among the records that would be produced, then surely he should have recused himself, because his wife, although not formally a party, had a very direct personal interest in the case, an interest in avoiding the embarrassment that would result, and now has resulted, from the revelation, end quote. Richard Hassan, an expert in election law who teaches at the University of California, Irvine, also believes that Justice Thomas should never have participated in the case, weighing whether Congress had the right to review Trump's papers. Hassan told me, quote, given Ginni Thomas's deep involvement in trying to subvert the outcome of the 2020 election based upon outlandish claims of voter fraud, and her work on this with not only activists but the former president's chief of staff, Justice Thomas should not have heard any cases involving disputes over the 2020 election or Congress's investigation of the January 6th riots. It has now become clear, Hassan said, that his spouse's reputation and even potential liability is at stake. And there you go, everybody. Not good. Not good. No bueno. Spubble. 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 So, I don't know where to land. It's all pretty... I mean, we could just watch the New World Order thing again. Here, let's do... let's do... Yeah. I'm just gonna go pee, get some water.
Absolute control.
Enjoy the song.
And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be
Be
in
back.
nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
This is haute couture. C'est la haute couture là. It's a real fine wine. It might be an acquired taste, but it's Alex Jones rants as an indie folk song. It's basically pure gold. This is instant classic. Very singable, very singable. It's Nick Lutzko. He does a lot of really zany political remixes. Okay, so do we dig up some more stuff on Ginni Thomas? Most searchable name right now. Oh man, we can hear fucking Jeffrey Toobin on this. That could be funny. Can you imagine? They're already letting Toobin back on air after he exposed himself to everyone. It's honestly an amazing song. The harmonies alone sell it.
The January 6th Select Committee has obtained more than 24 text messages between President Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and Ginni Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, including this one that was sent after the January 6th attack. It reads, "We are living through what feels like the end of America. Most of us are disgusted with the VP and are in a listening mode to see where to fight with our teams. Those who attacked the Capitol..."
Sorry, what now? Oh, you missed that one? You missed that story? Oh, it's okay. We're just ignoring it. It's just normal nowadays. It was like he was like brought in to talk during the height of pandemic on a Zoom call, and like was like in his boxers or something and stood up, and I guess his snake fell out.
Not representative of our great teams of patriots for DJT. Amazing times, the end of liberty. Joining me now is CNN chief legal analyst Jeffrey Toobin. Put
that
this
guy
into context for us, if you will, Jeff, including the
Let's all take this guy seriously now.
fact that,
Look, he dressed
remember, in
himself.
January, Justice Thomas was the only one who dissented in that decision to allow the committee to receive documents from the Trump White House from the National Archive.
Right, Brianna. I mean, what really is important about these messages is not the really extreme and somewhat crazy views that Ginni Thomas expresses, like, that Biden and his supporters should be sent to prison in Guantanamo. I mean, it is really, really extreme stuff. But she's a private citizen. She's entitled to her views. What's extraordinary is that her husband, Justice Thomas, remains sitting on the bench in cases directly relevant to what she's talking about in these texts.
No
he,
conflict
as
of
you
interest.
pointed out, has already voted once in defense, the only justice in defense of the Trump position, about access to memos about January 6th. There are more cases in the pipeline on this subject, and he has continued throughout his career never to recuse himself in cases in which his wife has been intimately involved as a political figure.
And Trump, I mean, we'll recall looking back on it, Jeffrey, that Trump believed the Supreme Court would come through for him because he had appointed so many justices in part, but he would talk about it, my court. I mean, he expected some allegiance. How does that fit into all of this?
Well, the thing that is so extraordinary about this is that, they have all, the Ginni and Clarence Thomas have talked about, that they are a team. Now, they also say that they do not interfere with each other's work. But, the tradition in courts has been that if a judge's spouse is at all involved in...
Oh, that's a good point. We don't know if he's wearing pants or not.
In a matter that comes before the court, the judge recuses himself. Now, what's unusual about the United States Supreme Court is that they have exempted themselves from all the ethical rules that that other federal judges are abided by. So the Supreme Court operates entirely on an honor system. There is no formal rule for when judges should recuse themselves. But, by any reasonable standard...
You hate to see it, right? Like, when as you get higher and higher in power, you have less and less restrictions on your power. Makes perfect sense.
Clarence Thomas should not be sitting in all these cases.
We see in some of the other texts, she's referencing her communications with other people besides Mark Meadows. Jared, she says, she talks about Sidney Powell. I wonder, as Trump was hoping that the Supreme Court would go his way, do you think Ginni Thomas's communications were giving any indication to these folks, including Mark Meadows, that, yeah, maybe they will?
I mean, you can only assume that the Trump people knew that Ginni Thomas was Clarence Thomas's wife.
Yeah,
and
obviously.
She was given special access and special opportunities to meet with the president throughout the President Trump's term.
Well, step one, loud tired youth, be born white, male. I'm joking.
That does seem to be an effort to appeal to her husband. And it worked, at least in one case. I mean, he was the only justice who voted for Trump in the first January.
Yeah. The privilege game is rough, especially around nowadays.
6 case. You know, I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but this is precisely the reason why judges are supposed to recuse themselves when there is this.
It's okay. We'll fix it, Loud Tyrant Youth. One meme at a time.
Appearance of possible influence from the outside.
Yeah, what a bizarre twist. Jeffrey, thank you so much.
What a twist, everybody. It's like an M. Shyamalan movie. What a twist. Okay, Lau, let's see how Fox News is reporting on this. This should be juicy.
Ginni Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, may be getting caught up in the probe of the January 6th Capitol riots. The Washington Post going ahead and reporting texts from Thomas to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows were part of a number of documents turned over to Congress as part of the investigation. To bring us more about this story, we want to bring in Fox 5's Sharon Crowley. And Sharon, this was a major development amid these confirmation hearings this week.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ginni Thomas, who of course is married to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, sent text messages to then the White House Chief of Staff under former President Donald Trump. And it was clear she wanted to see former President Donald Trump have a second term. That is the nature of the text messages. And there are more than 24 of them. And now those text messages are part of a congressional investigation into the Capitol riots.
There's so many texts that I'm going to keep pulling up news sources until we've seen all the different texts. There's just so many of them.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife Ginni finding herself caught up in the probe of the January 6th Capitol riots. Ginni Thomas, a conservative activist, has long been a vocal supporter of former President Donald Trump. The Washington Post reports Ginni Thomas sent to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows about 24 text messages that are now part of an ongoing congressional investigation into the January 6th insurrection. She reportedly texted Meadows multiple times, urging him to overturn the election results in the weeks after Joe Biden was declared the winner.
Nice.
Ginni Thomas also recently admitted to being at the pro-Trump rally held before protesters stormed the Capitol, but she says she played no role in planning the events of that day.
There are many lawsuits, some of which have already reached the Supreme Court, but more are on the way, that revolve around the January 6th insurrection. And judges are supposed to be impartial in judging any issue, including this one.
Alan Sanders is an associate professor emeritus of political science at St. Peter's University.
When an issue reaches the Supreme Court in a matter that either the justice or his or her spouse has been personally involved, then it seems quite clear that at that point, whether or not the justice would be fair or not in the matter, but for the appearance of justice, it's quite clear that the justice should recuse himself or herself.
Sanders says while no law may have been broken, the optics of a Supreme Court justice's spouse being entangled in this type of investigation simply doesn't look good.
This is a very concerning matter, and it's one that raises questions about the impartiality of the court.
Doesn't look good.
And about the impartiality of Justice Thomas himself.
Now, we should point out that there is no evidence that in any of those text messages that were sent that there's any mention of Justice Clarence Thomas. And also, the congressional committee that is investigating the Capitol riots has not asked to speak to Ginni Thomas, the justice's wife, of course. They did want to speak to Mark Meadows, the former White House Chief of Staff, and he was found in contempt of Congress, if you will, because he refused to cooperate.
And are we hearing from Thomas about this? He's had kind of a rough week. He just got released from the hospital. What's his reaction?
Yeah, they said he was just released from the hospital with an infection, but wasn't COVID. But he is on the mend. He is not actually commenting on this, but we have learned a little bit more about what might have been in those text messages. And it's my understanding that Ginni Thomas was emphatic with Mark Meadows, wanted Trump to have a second term, and urged him, even after the November elections, not to concede. She really...
Notice how they're just skipping over all the Christian stuff? Just not once bringing up the good versus evil. None of that is being brought up. Just the legal, the damning legal stuff.
wanted Meadows to get that message to Trump. So the idea that she's always been a supporter of Trump's and a very conservative activist. So that part wasn't surprising, but the idea that now she's embroiled in this and those text messages are part of evidence.
Yeah, and I want to get into the nature of those text messages in a second, but we're not hearing from Thomas himself, but we're hearing from Senator McConnell. I want to read out what he has said. He says, Justice Thomas is a great American and an outstanding justice. I have total confidence in his brilliance and impartiality in every aspect of the work of the court. So a Republican, of course, speaking in favor of Justice Thomas.
Of course.
Yes, and in fact, it's likely that he will recuse himself. There's already a number of lawsuits that have made it to the High Court, to the Supreme Court, and more are likely to be coming in the next couple of months. And so it's pretty certain that Justice Thomas, when he's recovered and back on the bench, if you will probably recuse himself from anything that his wife was involved with. And they have that authority. There's no rule that, they have to do that. It's really to their discretion, but it's likely he will.
Yeah, and so let's go back.
I love that copium. Just like, you probably do the right thing. I mean, if, on balance, it's probably gonna do the right thing. Just gonna clear out some sources.
New questions about the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas and her alleged role in trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Congressional correspondent Rachel Scott has more for us.
Newly revealed text message.
Okay, yeah, all right. So it's going to be the same stuff over and over and over and over again. So we basically covered the story to death. I'm going to move on to Ben Shapiro's reaction to Biden's most bizarre moments. I wonder if this is going to be the New World Order stuff.
Alrighty, folks. Well, as we all know, Joe Biden is a silver-tongued god. Bruh.
He's a gaffe machine. This is going to be fun, actually.
A man who is just so wildly articulate. He is so great.
Should check out Glenn Beck about Ukraine scandal from a few years back, and then Russell Brand about how much blood is donated from U.S. P.S. Why did they let them in for an insurrection? Sorry for rant. No, that's okay, Jeremiah. You're more than welcome to go on rants. Glenn Beck has kind of gone weird in the past couple of years. There's a lot of people dunking on him about how he's changed. But you're saying from a few years back when he was actually doing good shit. Russell Brand might be worth checking out for sure. And why did they let them in for an insurrection? Police officers died trying to prevent them from getting in. And one person actually got killed, Ashley Babbitt, because she was at the head of a mob breaking into Congress during its proceedings. It's pretty clear. So much video footage. I would recommend watching the New York Times visual investigation. Even if you don't like the New York Times, they did a really good job of presenting the facts visually, and it's pretty damning. It's actually incredibly damning. Some of the more sophisticated explanations I've had for this question of why did the police let them in, it has to do with force projection, where you lose, you give up on a certain line, because to hold the line, you would have to use so much violence, you would have to shoot someone, for instance, that it would break all formation for both parties. Chaos ensues, and there's no way you're going to stop an angry mob when you're already struggling with them pushing and thinking they're at a protest or whatever. So from what I understand, police were trying to retreat with what they did have. And then there is a few cases of people who did let them in, and they ended up getting investigated. Hey, who the fuck is Milk? How are you doing? Slava Yurgeni, how are you? But yes, of course, I do. We're watching, we just kind of wrapped up the very unusual news in America that the wife of the Supreme Court Justice was texting with Trump's chief of staff about overturning the election. And it's really weird and bad when someone like that believes in QAnon. And now we kind of moved on to Shapiro reacting to Biden, because Biden said he wants to bring in the New World Order. It's all really silly stuff. It's all really fun and silly.
At his job. He's so...
Yeah, it's breaking news. It just happened yesterday. It's insane because this is very much American centric, but in other words, the Supreme Court Justice of the most powerful country has a wife who is doing political activism, and he is like making rulings on cases before the court that involve her, and not like recusing himself. He's actually like giving dissents and stuff. And so that's the really insane crazy thing, that he's not recusing himself. He's just straight up giving judgments on stuff that affects his wife. And everybody's like, you know that what that does to the public's opinion about the court, right? Like, you can't do that. What are you doing, man? You're setting fire to the institution. And when stuff like that happens, it's a signal that partisanship is going to be on the rise, and that leads to the bad stuff. I think Biden's acting a little weird in the past few months. The dude's 80. He's always acting weird. He's a gaffe machine.
Glib and thoughtful that it was very difficult for us to compile a bunch of videos and pictures of him acting like an idiot. But somehow my producers did that, and now they want me to react to all of it. This video is brought to you by ExpressVPN.
Content, everybody. To be honest, I think he doesn't know what he's saying most of the time, from what I heard. No, he has a stutter that he had to overcome, I thought. This is the bad place? Yes, this is always the bad place.
It's a classic right here. Need the Benny Hill music to make this complete.
So good.
See,
Feeble
this
man.
is the thing about this Joe Biden video. If he's hurt, you're not allowed to.
I mean, I want to match this with like the Trump walking down a ramp, right? Like Trump walks down a ramp. It's like just as bad. It's just like just as bad. It's literally just as bad. Look at this incline. He's struggling. He's having a hard time. Yeah, he's old. He's old. Who the fuck is Moke? He's just super old. Just like Trump. Just ancient. Ah, yeah. Tries to make himself look good at the end. Oh, a couple big boy steps. Ah. America is a gerontocracy. It's a bad situation.
Laugh, but if he's not hurt, you're allowed to laugh.
Putin loved Trump. Yeah, Putin had so much control over Trump. I feel kind of validated in all my crazy Russian conspiracy theories from a few years ago. It all seems to be pretty... Seems like there's a there.
And you really don't want to be in that position with your president when they're just going upstairs.
Yeah. Increasing exponentially. Top 1% and 2% have done exponentially better. Well, corporate profit has been up over exponentially. Exponentially.
Oh, no.
Exponentially, gang.
Amazing.
With a D. That's how it's spelled. You didn't know that. You thought that it was exponentially.
You hear that? Got him. Got him good. You got him, Shapiro.
But what you don't understand is that not only is the N silent, it's actually pronounced as a D. Things you learn from Joe Biden.
Woo.
There he goes. Not that way. Nope, not that way. No. Up.
Oh my God.
I like the music like we're at a county fair. Strike up the band. Play him off, Bob. Classic of the genre, Joe Biden falling asleep. Here we go. It's stuffy in here.
No, he's resting his eyes, Shabibo.
I'm just thinking about...
No, he's resting his eyes.
The smell of little girls'
This is what people do when they need to think deep thoughts.
hair. As he just doze off into that sweet Neverland. Oh, there he goes.
Look, his chin isn't even dipping. That is pure Chad energy. The chin has not yet dipped.
Dreaming of ice cream cones. And he is gone. We've lost the president. He's completely asleep. Well, wake him up from Matlock, guys. It'll be fine.
I'll lead an effective strategy to
Oh yeah, it's incredibly cringe.
mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Translator is having a tough time with that one, and I do not blame him. The good news is that we now have an endless supply of Trump pressure. Yep.
Union Pacific Railroad.
So much of it is going to like focus on his speech patterns, I guess. But yeah, I guess he is a gaffe machine.
Just announced the largest ever purchase of electric locomotives made in Erie, Pennsylvania. In the same plant, by the way, that the guy who turned on our lights built a factory.
That's Thomas Edison, the guy who turned on our lights. Listen, I appreciate that Joe Biden loses names. I'm not great with names, but Thomas Edison, I feel like, is somewhat famous. Plus, He did know Thomas Edison personally. He was there when they flipped on that first electric light bulb. So, I mean, I feel like he should have remembered that.
You said
Joe is really old. Joe is very old.
I set up my son to work in an oil company. Isn't that what you said? Get your words straight, Jack.
That's what I hear on MSNBC.
You don't hear that in MSNBC.
Look how angry he looks. He's gonna beat the shit out of him.
Look, fat. Look, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Look, fat, look. He's such a nice guy, though. Just calls people who ask him questions fat. By the way, Hunter's never done anything wrong, ever in his entire life. Except for literally everything that he's done as an adult human. Imagine if Trump had just said.
Imagine if people just, like, had supercuts of all your worst moments and they just blasted that off to, like, tens of thousands of people. Is he a good president in general? I know nothing about his opinions and how he leads the country. Not really. So, like, he is the ultimate centrist, and when Obama was in power, he was the vice president. But he has a lot of, like, he just has political dynasty. He just, like, has been around forever. He's a dinosaur. So he can make connections. He can sort of, like, cobble together the political elite. And very much like the populist candidate was Bernie Sanders, who wanted to bring in, like, policies like socialized medicine, like we have here in Canada. And he lost because the, like, Democratic like elite, the DNC, basically shouldered him out. He was always kind of like Bernie Sanders was always kind of like a maverick on the outskirts anyways. But Joe Biden has always been dead center in the middle of the Democrat Party. And so they're a bit scared of Trump. And so they really coalesced around their normie, even though he's ancient. And yeah, he's like pro-NATO, he's pro-neoliberalism, he's pro-like American imperialism, the whole 9 yards, right? And he's kind of failing because he's unable to pass bills because of really complicated reasons. Essentially, the Democrats have some wolves in sheep's clothing. They have some members on their team who say they're Democrats and sort of help them to preserve power, but, like, don't vote with them and don't, like, support core things that they all campaigned on. So essentially, the Democrats are hamstrung. They're not getting a lot done. Joe Biden's a bit of a weak president, but he's also not, like, compromised by Russia, right? He's not, like, saying he loves Putin or, like, trying to overturn the election. It's just like he's a statesman. He's like an ancient statesman. It's like 75 years. It's crazy how old he is. And I think that's a pretty good take. I don't know. Anyone want to say? Well, thanks. Who the fuck is Milk? Tell a friend. Now's my chance to do my spiel, everybody. You can support me and the good content I bring ad-free to your broadcast life.
Joe Biden.
We talk about
Joe Biden.
Cool stuff.
Joe Biden.
That's who we talk about.
This message from Mohammed Khanaqin for President Kurdistan for you, Joe Biden.
Joe
you
Biden.
Go check up in the doctor. You have 2 years. Your life is 2 years. 2 years from now, from today to 2 years or 1 year and 6 months or 2 years. Your life. After this one, you pass away. You go check up in the doctor. This message from Mohammed Khanaqin for President Kurdistan. You do good job for the USA, for the 50th state in 2 years. You do pull down Iran for us. We want Kurdistan can new country, no more Iran, no more Iraq, no more Turkey, no more Syria for President Kurdistan. We give you.
Cool, everybody. That's Joe. I bring you great content. Tell your friends.
Joe Biden.
About
Joe
Biden. Joe Biden. Yes, Joe Biden. What were we talking about again? Oh yeah, bunch of people. So there you go, everybody. Tell a friend. Okay. Zelensky and his family are on the Moscow's blacklist. Yeah, same with our prime minister now, Justin Trudeau. I remember when Obama was a president. That was cool. Yeah, we solved racism, everybody. Everybody just magically solved the racism.
Look fat to somebody. Well, I mean, probably Trump would say that, so I shouldn't say imagine that. He got a lot of consternation when he said stuff like that. Joe Biden says look fat, and people are like, oh, it's fine.
I was a Democratic
bro, Trump said, grab her by the pussy. I don't even wait. Like, it's not even a comparison. What are you talking about, man?
Caucus. You ever been to a caucus? No, you haven't. You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier. You said you were, but now you got to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you.
We choose. I love that his insults come from like the 20th century, just like, or 19th century. They're just ancient.
Unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts.
I do like that he chooses truth over facts. That's pretty solid. Lying dog-faced pony soldier. Apparently that is from some unnamed Western. Or he heard a man in the Old West say it to him when he was but a child in Scranton, Pennsylvania, watching gay men make out on street corners. That's another one of his favorite stories. One where he says that his dad said,
Joey, see those two men making out like it's New Year's Eve in Fire Island? A street corner, 1950s Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's just what love looks like, Joey.
How did you choose which ISP to use? Sad thing is, most of us have very little choice because internet service providers operate like monopolies in the regions they serve. And they use that monopoly power to take advantage of their customers. They've got data caps and streaming throttles. The list goes.
Hey man, this is an ad.
Devices.
Don't do that to me.
Funnels it through security on the internet giants. They can then sell and does all bombs.
Attitude of the great Negro at the time.
Why the heck are the oldest dudes presidents? They barely walk or speak. So one thing you can think about is like before the Roman Empire fell, it was mostly ancient senators. And what's happening there is the road to power for like your everyday average person becomes steeper and steeper as like you get into party politics. Once you start getting like party politics, people just like form an us versus them team, and the roads to like become a senior statesman are very narrow. And so what happens is everybody stays in the same positions, like Nancy Pelosi, and they stay there forever. And they just stay there, and they just stay there, and they don't relinquish power. And you end up having a smaller and smaller pool to find new candidates that become your governors, your congressmen, congresswomen, your senators, and then your presidents or whatever, whichever system you have. So the word I like is gerontocracy, which means being ruled over by the old. And so when that happens, it just means that the political establishment is fragile, that it's prone to collapse, like sudden collapse, which is not good. That's why I'm like pretty harsh on Biden about how ancient he is.
In the Negro Leagues went on. His name was Satchel Paige.
Took him a long time to get to Satchel Paige there. I will give Joe Biden the benefit of the doubt. He did not mean to call a black person a Negro.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Can we not? Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of why I started getting into it. It's actually bonkers at this point. It's just a constant hilarious shit show. I mean, the story for today, Ginny Thomas talking to Mark Meadows, is just madness.
Long ago.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
Joe Biden is...
Oh, God. We might move on pretty soon to some gaming, though, or something a bit more sophisticated about how a left-wing, this might actually be really interesting. Ooh, hello. How the Gravel Institute lies to you. The Gravel Institute is kind of like the left wing's response to PragerU, and PragerU is like this fake university that like puts out a bunch of right wing content, and that's just like full of shit. And the Gravel is kind of like it's supposed to be the opposite, right? It's trying to like do left wing propaganda and make it go viral. And Adam Something is like a YouTuber, and he's clearly got a problem with this institute.
Hello everyone, today we are going to take a look at a video titled How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Nazis by the channel called The Gravel Institute. And just who are...
They're kind of keeping everything away from us. So do I know anything about Russian politics? No. It's like basically... I wouldn't be able to get close to it because the best sources are... There's like a few independent... news sources in Russia, but from what I understand, they just got shut down pretty hard. Let's see here, and there's a really good podcast about here. I'll look in the background.
the Gravel Institute. We're building the infrastructure to beat right-wing propaganda outlets like PragerU on their own turf. With concise 5-minute videos from authoritative presenters, from Bernie Sanders to Chelsea Manning, we're pushing non-traditional audiences to the left. And to fight a behemoth like Prager, with huge ad budgets and millions of subscribers, we need you on board. Join us. So that's nice. They're trying to be a leftist counterweight to PragerU, a massive right-wing disinformation channel. Fighting disinformation online is especially important nowadays in light of the invasion of Ukraine. Russia has been pumping out an ungodly amount of lies and misinformation, outdoing outlets even like PragerU by an order of magnitude. And PragerU is no...
Wait, who's racist? Biden? Kind of.
No small player either. They really put it all out there. They're aggressively pro-capitalism, anti-Palestinian, anti-big government, aka social programs for non-whites, and anti-taxing high-income earners, and they also have a few things to say about black crime, the left, Antifa, and so on and so forth. But the secret to PragerU's success is not found in their political positions. In fact, if you laid them out bare, most people would see them for the lunatics that they are.
Just a quick pause. I just want to answer that question from before. I think you can check out the Moscow Times. This is one of the last remaining independent news outlets that is like kind of holding off the Kremlin. And so it looks like they have news on Ukraine, quote, military operation. But it does say launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, forcing millions to flee for their lives and leaving hundreds dead. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. And these are our updated 36 minutes ago. So following stuff on Telegram and like actual up-to-date news. So I think that's pretty good example. Biden meets top Ukrainian ministers in Warsaw. Yeah, that's true. Russian defense minister reappears after 2-week absence. Shoigu, interesting. So yeah, I think this is a good press source if you're really starving, and of course it's in Russian, so you should be able to read it pretty easy. I think. Yeah, there you go. I can't tell how much this changed. Maybe it completely changed. Maybe it's all saying completely different things. I don't know. I can't read the Russian. Google doesn't work for you. Yeah, then it's basically VPNs.
Secret to PragerU's success lies in their presentation. Lies. Pun intended, I guess. It might not come as a surprise to most of you, but Prager...
Yeah, and VPNs might just be, like, toxic at this point. Yeah, I don't know, it's a tough one.
University is not here to educate people, contrary to their description. They are here to push
How
a specific...
about DuckDuckGo? DuckDuckGo.com? Can you use DuckDuckGo in Russia? Yeah, maybe. So let's say Moscow Times. I don't know. Maybe try DuckDuckGo. It's yeah, it's a search engine that's trying to replace Google that doesn't track your information.
Set of socioeconomic and political agendas, and they rarely do this through outright lies. Rather, they twist information, leave out or de-emphasize inconvenient facts, overemphasize convenient facts, mislead you with disingenuous presentation of statistics, and they use loaded, emotional language to prime you for their conclusions, among other things, all in service of furthering their agenda. And YouTubers like Sean or Vosh already did a number of excellent takedowns of their lies, which you should definitely check out afterwards. Now, all this being said, PragerU doesn't have to try too hard to disseminate misinformation. This is due to their target audience, namely US conservatives, a group whose worldviews are based mostly on emotionally held positions. And then those conservatives go out looking for justifications for their feelings, which PragerU is happy to provide. So as a conservative, if you simply hate black people, let's say, you won't be looking at the history of systemic discrimination, the lingering effects of redlining, Jim Crow, slavery, and so on, to try and contextualize and perhaps eliminate your bias. Instead, you'll be watching Police Go Where the Crime Is by PragerU, which confirms your biases of black people being violent criminal savages who don't work and abandon their children.
In the 75 largest U.S. counties, about 60% of robbery and murder defendants are black, even though blacks comprise only 15% of the population in those counties. In New York City, blacks make up 73% of all shooting victims, though they are 23% of the city's population. In Chicago in 2016, there were 4,300 shooting victims, almost all Black. Among the 24 victims under the age of 12 was a 3-year-old shot on Father's Day who is now paralyzed for life.
Like, how do you not have your emotions triggered?
And a 10-year-old shot on Labor Day, whose pancreas and spleen were ripped apart.
In short, PragerU has it rather easy, preaching to a friendly audience preconditioned by the conservative media industrial complex, having suppressed their critical thinking skills as much as possible, so they will accept any bogus graph, half-truth, and outright falsehood as the capital.
Look at these charts. Incredible.
Truth in service of the conservative
standards.
Agenda. For PragerU, it would be much more difficult to propagandize to a leftist audience, since that group is generally more aware of history and socioeconomics, by and large have better critical thinking skills, and would be more prone to calling them out on their bullshit. If we had a Stalinist PragerU, let's say, they would need to be much more subtle, using every opportunity for plausible deniability, phrasing statements and questions neutrally but in a very leading context, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, their core audience would be made up of people with the following characteristics. The alpha and omega of their worldview being US bad, the fetishization of the Soviet Union and thinking it achieved communism or was progressing towards it despite reality, the bizarre reverence of countries that are opposed to the US like North Korea, Cuba, Syria and so on, just because they're opposed to the US, and branding all their opponents as fascists to justify every action against them and then denying the actual fascist actions of the governments they support. In common parlance, we call these people tankies. The name comes from the Soviet Union rolling tanks into countries to crack down on anti-Soviet protests. You might have guessed, but these people aren't leftists. They are Nazis painted red for all intents and purposes. And so, the Gravel Institute. Let's take a look at this video of theirs. In the spirit of Sean, the video is linked in the description. Feel free to check it out to make sure I'm not misrepresenting any of their points. And just to clarify, this video came out 6 days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Right. Interesting. Nice.
Ukraine.
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 Ukraine. You've probably heard about that country a lot. For the last few years, Ukraine has been one of the most important conflict points in the world. It's the site of a proxy war between Russia and the United States.
Okay, so we're 20 seconds in and we already have a problem. Ukraine is the site of a proxy war between Russia and the United States. A proxy war is when two larger powers battle each other through smaller local forces that they control or heavily influence, all in service of their geopolitical interests. But
like the classic example is Vietnam, the Vietnam War.
In the case of Ukraine, this is incorrect. The Ukrainian government is supported by the US and other Western nations, but they are by no means proxies of the US. They are a democratic government that came under attack by actual Russian proxies and the Russian army itself, at which point they asked for help and they got it. Just because Ukraine defending itself against Russian imperialism coincides with Western interests of not having Russian imperialism doesn't make this conflict a proxy war. So right off the bat, this is a serious misrepresentation by the Gravel Institute. Imagine if Czechoslovakia resisted the Nazis as the latter annexed the Sudetenland and they got military equipment and training from the UK or something. Would that make it a proxy war between Germany and the UK? Of course not, that would be ridiculous. But it would be a great opportunity for Nazi propaganda to try and discredit Czechoslovakia and justify the invasion, saying how Czechs are just pawns of the English and how their resistance is bringing war to Europe for no good reason. If the Czechs just stop fighting us, there would be peace. We had a vote in the Sudeten and people do want to join us, so it's all good. Right.
Right. Russia could launch an attack on Ukraine any day now.
We are ready and all of NATO is ready.
But it's also a place most people don't really know a lot about. So the story we hear about Ukraine's history and its conflict today has very little relationship to reality. I'm going to tell you a story about modern Ukraine, but this is also a story about America and how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys, the neo-Nazis and ultranationalists of Ukraine's far right.
Wait, did you catch that? They just moved the goalposts. How America funded Ukraine's neo-Nazis versus how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys. Those two statements have very different implications. The first implies a deliberate effort from the US to arm Ukrainian Nazis, while the second suggests that arming neo-Nazis wasn't the intention, only an unfortunate side effect. And slimy rhetorical tricks like these should be familiar to anyone who has ever watched Prager University.
Yes. Think about the even greater number of Palestinians who are now homeless in Gaza because Hamas choose to hide weapons in residential buildings. And when naive American and European NGOs offer millions to rebuild Gaza, who do you think will get that money? It won't be you. the people who really deserve it and need it. It will be the leaders of the Hamas gang and their friends who will add new rooms to their fancy villas, rather than rebuild homes, purchase coronavirus vaccines, or provide social services for their people. And the peace you so deserve, the peace which could have been possible when Israel withdrew entirely from the Gaza Strip in 2005, will be even further out of reach.
Well, it looks like all that aid we're sending to Palestinians is ending up in the hands of extremists. Therefore, we should stop giving money and aid to Palestinians and just let Israel invade the Gaza Strip in a special military operation where they de-Islamisticize the area in order to finally bring peace to the Middle East, one could say. Though for some reason I highly doubt Gravel Institute would agree with stopping aid to Palestinians. Funny how that works.
Let's start in 1991, when Ukraine became fully independent from the Soviet Union. And independence was tough. After the fall of communism, the economies of post-Soviet republics were falling apart.
Minor point here, but while in common parlance we do refer to the end of the Soviet Union as the fall of communism, that is incorrect. The Soviet Union was a state-capitalist oligarchy at best and never even came close to abolishing the state, currency or social classes, as in communism. I expect a channel fancying itself as leftist to be more precise with its leftist terms.
State institutions were being hollowed out. A so-called gangster capitalism was becoming dominant. So in the 1990s, Ukraine's economy and quality of life collapsed, and it's never really gotten better. Adjusted for inflation, Ukraine's GDP per capita was higher in 1990 than it was in 2020. Health outcomes are abysmal. In 2019, the life expectancy of Ukrainian men was lower than in Syria, Iraq, and North Korea.
First off, I'm glad Gravel Institute has such unwavering trust in demographic data provided by the Syrian and North Korean governments.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Very noble. Second, according to the World Bank data they cite, male life expectancy in Ukraine is currently at an all-time high, even with an ongoing war inside the country where lots of men tend to die. So by their metric, male life expectancy should be a relative success story, not abysmal as they put it. What a strange inconsistency in their rhetoric. Third, the choice of countries on the graph. You might think a comparison with Poland, Russia or Hungary or other Eastern European countries would be more informative since they are similar in terms of demographics, geopolitics, history and so on. Why bring up these random countries from different corners of the world? Why not Eastern European countries? Well, because if you put those on the graph, you get this. Countries that used to be in the Soviet sphere of influence but broke away very early and fully integrated into the West have much higher life expectancies than Ukraine or even Russia. And then some cynical person might come along and point out how being aligned with the decaying Russian Empire produces significantly worse outcomes than being aligned with the West. Such nuance, of course, did not make it into Gravel Institute's video.
That is a pretty crazy graph. Look at Ukraine just sort of tying along with Russia and everything else just kind of going up.
Than being aligned with the West. Such nuance, of course, did not make it into Gravel Institute's video. Coincidentally, theirs would be the type of rhetoric you would use if you wanted to imply that aligning with the West doesn't make things better for the people. Also, look at these other countries that aren't aligned with the West that are doing better. Right. In the next section, Gravel Institute describes the roots of Ukrainian neo-Nazism like so.
And as quality of life collapsed, nationalism flourished. Some people turned to extremist politics. And that was partly because Ukrainian nationalism, formed in opposition to the Soviet Union, tended to have a strongly right-wing flavor. To understand that, we have to look at a crucial figure in Ukrainian nationalist history, a guy named Stepan Bandera.
Yeah, math. Oh god.
You see, in the 1930s and 40s, Bandera wanted Ukrainian independence from Poland and the Soviet Union. So when the Nazis invaded, Bandera allied with them. His followers massacred huge numbers of Poles and Jews. But in spite of this legacy, Bandera is still viewed as a hero in the west of Ukraine. There are Stepan Bandera streets, museums, and monuments. In 2010, Bandera was even named an official hero of Ukraine.
So in their world, this Bandera guy did ethnic cleansing while collaborating with the Nazis as he sought Ukrainian independence, and he's revered to this day mostly in the west of the country, which is a rather far-right region. What Gravel Institute conveniently omitted is that the biggest resurgence of pro-Bandera sentiment happened after Russia invaded Ukraine. Sure, the far-right had a presence even before, and was also out to protest during the Maidan, obviously, but the real push for decommunization and the re-establishment of a Ukrainian national identity came after Crimea was stolen, and when the Ukrainian army was already fighting a war in the east against both Russian proxies and actual Russian soldiers. To go back to examples from the east, why do you think groups like ISIS, the Taliban or Al-Qaeda gained such prominence? Because a larger imperialist power invaded their lands, which galvanized their support and helped them rise to prominence. This is extremism 101, which I'm sure Gravel Institute would agree with. Why then do they not extend this very simple concept to Ukraine? Because then it would be much harder to fearmonger about Ukrainian Nazis in service of the underlying goal, which is to pander to an audience that only wants to hear America bad. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself there. Moving on.
Bad. But Bandera is hated in the East, where Soviet identity was historically a lot stronger. And that East-West divide was a big fracture within Ukraine. In Western Ukraine, there was more stress on a specifically Ukrainian identity, closer to Europe. In Eastern Ukraine, meanwhile, people were more likely to stress their historic ties to Russia and the Russian language. Fast forward to 2010, when Ukraine elected a relatively pro-Russian politician named Viktor Yanukovych as its president, with strong support from voters in the East. Yanukovych,
whose name is also going to be written in history in blood, that guy,
pursued a regionalist and Russia-friendly agenda, which angered people in the West.
So the East-West divide in Ukraine. The West is more pro-European, while the East is more pro-Russian, and the latter helped elect Viktor Yanukovych. None of this is false on the surface. However, calling Viktor Yanukovych a relatively pro-Russian politician is a way to de-emphasize Yanukovych's staunchly pro-Russian politics. And I noticed how Gravel Institute leaves out the inconvenient fact that Yanukovych imprisoned his pro-Western opponent, Yulia Tymoshenko, right after he got elected in 2010. Also that he stole the election in 2004, when Ukrainians needed the Orange Revolution to force a rerun, which Yanukovych then lost. And these instances of twisting information, using loaded language and disingenuous presentation only get more numerous as the video goes on, like this part right here.
And in 2013, Yanukovych announced that he was suspending discussions on Ukrainian integration with Europe. That decision sparked a protest movement centered in Kyiv called Euromaidan, after the Maidan Square where it took place.
This was the moment of my political awakening, when I realized that politics was worth paying attention to. That stuff was popping off and I could watch it.
In Kiev, thousands of Ukrainians continue to protest against the government's decision to hold off on signing a deal with the EU.
And I want you to consider this. Hundreds of thousands of people out on the streets, tens of thousands of flags and signs, and the three they show us are all Bandera related, with his portrait and the red and black flag. This was a conscious choice. They could have easily found footage of protesters from a massive crowd like this without Bandera related items, but instead they went out of their way to find footage that specifically contains far-right adjacent imagery. And they did this to lay some groundwork for the next section, which is what I would call a mask-off movement. Let's give it a watch.
In the West, Euromaidan was seen as a peaceful, pro-democracy movement, and most participants really were ordinary people who were angry at the government. But as the protests grew, encouraged by a harsh repression from the police and a brutal sniper attack that killed dozens of protesters and police alike, a new, more sinister element emerged and began to hijack the movement. The ultranationalists came on the scene.
It was often the nationalists who were the loudest and the most violent. A group calling itself the Right Sector is perhaps the largest. Its members can be seen marching around Kiev in columns of about a dozen.
Groups like the, quote, Right Sector, the ultranationalist Svoboda Party, originally called the Social National Party of Ukraine, try turning those words around.
Oh my
acted
God.
as a small but influential organized minority within the protests. And those extremists played an important role in exacerbating the protests by encouraging violence and more radical rhetoric. There are allegations that the sniper attack was actually orchestrated by the Right Sector and its co-conspirators.
Okay, so what have we just listened to? Here are the main claims. So their first point about protesters being ordinary people is correct. Point number 2 is a lie, however. and unfortunately for Gravel Institute, I recognized the footage they used. See, in preparation for my giant video essay about Ukraine, I saw a lot of videos about police violence during the Maidan protests, and I also came across the footage Gravel Institute is showing here, or rather, the two versions of it. One shown by Western news outlets, and the other shown by Russia Today. Now, shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, RT was banned from YouTube, but thankfully I downloaded their video back then. It's the same footage as in Western media, with an important difference. They cut out the part where the police start running at protesters with guns and opening fire, and only show the part where protesters, some also armed, return fire at the police, who are then forced to retreat. Here's footage from Radio Svoboda in contrast, showing what actually happened, namely how it was the police charging at protesters and opening fire at them. And if we skip towards the end of the video, we arrive to the footage RT had shown, and through RT, the Gravel Institute. And I even screenshotted some indicative comments from under RT's video back then, which I ended up not using for my Ukraine video essay.
Whoa.
They're being fired at with live ammo. What are they supposed to do? I am surprised no police officer has flipped yet and fired a full clip in a crowd. I see retreating policemen who attempt to save their motionless colleague, how was he injured, and fired in self-defense not at peaceful protesters, but an aggressive mob. They saved their lives. We can see that the peaceful protesters shooting at police and police escape. I am surprised why have they waited so long. So these comments were under a video titled Police Firing Live Ammo in Kiev Clashes. These are the opinions RT is trying to conjure up with their deceptively cut footage, which is the same thing Gravel Institute did here, as they talk about allegations that it was the far right that did the shooting, while showing you injured and retreating police officers, disingenuously cut from a video where police attacked first. The Gravel Institute is lying to you here by omission. And how about that article they show, claiming that the shooting was done not by police, but by the right sector and its co-conspirators. Here it is on thenation.com, titled America's Collusion with Neo-Nazis, written by Stephen F. Cohen, published on the 2nd of May 2018.
Yeah, no kidding, Simon Templar. Like, shots fired. Adam Something is coming for their tags. Holy fuck. This is a video that'll take down like a multi-million-dollar organization. Like, Jesus.
Here's the paragraph shown by the Gravel Institute, that the snipers who killed scores of protesters.
Cancel culture has gone too far, everybody.
2018. Here's the paragraph shown by the Gravel Institute, that the snipers who killed scores of protesters and policemen on Kiev's Maidan Square in February 2014, thereby triggering a quote-unquote democratic revolution that overthrew the elected president Viktor Yanukovych and brought to power a virulent anti-Russian pro-American regime. It was neither democratic nor a revolution, but a violent coup unfolding in the streets with high-level support, were not sent by Yanukovych, as is still widely reported, but instead, almost certainly, by the neo-fascist organization Right Sector and its co-conspirators. The sniper attack was almost certainly done by Ukrainian neo-fascists. Source? Trust me, bro. I'm Stephen F. Cohen, or was, who spent the last decade doing pro-Putin apologia and was a frequent guest on Russia Today. And I did find this article about him in the New York Magazine titled The Pathetic Lives of Putin's American Dupes, written in 2014, around the time of Russia's annexation of Crimea. A tragically large number of left-wing Westerners in the 20th century deluded themselves about the horrors of Soviet communism. As awful and unforgivable as it was, the process by which they made themselves into dupes was at least explicable. They loved socialism, and one country in the world was implementing socialism, so they persuaded themselves, and for a while it was working. Today's Russia dupes are a smaller, more pathetic lot. Above all, they are just plain weirder, because they lack a clear ideological motive for their stoogery. Soviet Russia not only commanded a vast propaganda network, but embodied a doctrine with international appeal, and which had originated outside of Russia. Vladimir Putin's Russia follows no model except Russian nationalism. To the extent it employs a non-nationalist philosophy, its main idea is that gays have weakened Europe, and yet the dupes still come. The most prominent intellectual apologist for Putin is Stephen Cohen, Princeton professor, Russologist for the left-wing Nation. Cohen is a septuagenarian, old-school leftist who has carried on the mental habits of decades of anti-communism seamlessly into a new career of anti-Putinism. The Cohen method is to pick away at every indictment of the Russian regime without directly associating himself with its various atrocities. Is Putin persecuting gays? Well, Cohen wants you to know that various Ukrainian nationalists dislike gays too, and also Barack Obama's claim to snub Sochi because of gay rights is probably not on the level. Is Putin bullying and killing journalists? Says Cohen, every time a journalist breaks a leg, they say the Kremlin did it. accidents happen.
What the fuck?
So Stefan F. Cohen was your average Kremlin stooge with significant ties to Russian state propaganda. And he said that the Maidan shootings were almost certainly done by Ukrainian Nazis.
Almost
The
certainly.
Gravel Institute doesn't mention Cohen's name or background in their video. They just throw out that screenshot and read out half a sentence. I suppose they really wanted to de-emphasize Cohen here. If they wanted to be unbiased, they could have said, Stefan Cohen, pro-Russian academic and frequent guest on RT, alleges that the sniper attacks were done by Ukrainian neo-fascists. But instead, we get a fleeting mention of a wild claim in an article without sources. And the problem with this is that there can be plenty of allegations made about everything. There are allegations that George Bush did 9/11, there are allegations about a ring of Democrat-linked satanic pedophile cabal operating out of a pizzeria in Washington, there are
And the wife of the Supreme Court Justice Ginny Thomas believes those allegations.
allegations about George Soros wanting to import brown people into Europe to commit white genocide. Pick your favorite, really. There are allegations is the rallying cry of conspiracy theorists and the euphemism for I have no evidence. But to go back to the Gravel Institute's points, they even managed to contradict themselves. On one hand, the far-right people were hijacking the movement, meaning they were taking over. On the other hand, they were only a small but influential group with a dozen of them marching around at a time, and they merely helped exacerbate protests by encouraging violence and extreme rhetoric, meaning they weren't taking over, only they had a relatively outsized presence, and their saber rattling inspired more violence here and there. So which is it then? Did they hijack the protests, or were they just a loud minority who said mean things and got into more scuffles? Why are you putting these mostly neutral statements in such a leading context, Gravel Institute, in a way that all tankies and pro-Putin lunatics can immediately infer what you're saying, while you can still claim plausible deniability?
By early 2014, the government lost the ability to control the protests.
In a rapidly evolving political crisis, President Yanukovych has been voted out by parliament, forced to leave Kiev.
And the US recognized interim government that replaced him had a significant far-right faction. The deputy prime minister, the minister of defense, and others were all from that far-right party, Svoboda.
So the interim government had a significant far-right faction, and 4 ministers came from the far-right Svoboda party. This is true, however, Gravel Institute is conveniently leaving out a number of relevant things here. The 4 people on the picture are Alexander Sich, Igor Tenyuk, Andriy Mokhnik, and Ihor Shvaika, and there are a couple of things to mention here. First,
Look at
as
Ihor got some drip dough. Let me show you. Oh my god, look at this guy. Damn, look at that. Ooh, dang. That's some drip.
It says they were only part of the interim government. That means they were all gone by the 12th of November 2014, except for Ihor Tenyuk, who left much earlier, having spent a grand total of 26 days in his position. Also, Alexander Sich was one of 3 deputy prime ministers, with the other 2 not being from Svoboda. Second, none of these people were succeeded by other Svoboda politicians. Third, on the elections in October 2014, the Svoboda party had lost 31 seats out of their original 37, having gotten only 4.71% of the national vote. The right sector also ran and won a single seat with 1.8% of the national vote. So if Gravel Institute wanted to be honest here, they could have said something like this. The far-right had a presence within the interim government, having achieved 4 ministerial positions from March till November 2014, except for the defense minister, who was removed after less than a month. They weren't succeeded by other far-right politicians, however, and Svoboda lost the majority of its seats during the October election, while the right sector only won a single seat.
Yeah,
it doesn't
seems
sound
about right.
so scary or dramatic when you put it that way, does it?
No,
But once
doesn't
again,
seem
the
too bad.
goal of Gravel Institute here is not to tell you what happened, but to push a specific pro-Russian narrative. In their world, the interim government was full of Nazis,
And this led to backlash in the East, because Eastern Ukrainians were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, with veneration of Bandera and elimination of equal recognition for languages like Russian.
Service industry workers have since January been obliged to talk to customers in Ukrainian unless clients specifically ask to switch.
If I work, pay my employees' salaries and my taxes, it's none of your bloody business which language I do it in.
And here I want to briefly consider manipulation through word choice. The US recognized interim government was full of far-right people, the Easterners were horrified at what they saw was a far-right seizure of power, the elimination of Russian as an equal language, the use of emotional, loaded language serves to feed into the overarching narrative that the evil US is funding evil Ukrainian Nazis, and the poor, Russian-speaking Ukrainians are very scared. Funny enough, this rhetorical trick is once again familiar to me from channels like PragerU.
Oops.
This is the reality that police commanders in urban areas face every day. And every day they get calls from law-abiding citizens in high-crime neighborhoods begging for assistance.
Gravel Institute also doesn't mention that Russia tends to actively use the Russian language as a geopolitical weapon. Russian speakers to Russia is like oil to America. If you have too much of it, sooner or later their army shows up on your borders to liberate your country. Also, I love how they put the story of the service workers next to the Svoboda image. The government was usurped by evil anti-Russian Nazis, it is implied, who have instituted the draconian measure of service workers in Ukraine having to engage customers in Ukrainian unless the customer asks for Russian, in which case it's fine. Okay. But in the next segment, they go even further, in the form of trivializing actual Russian imperialism through euphemisms.
Anti-government protests broke out across the east. In the eastern peninsula of Crimea, people were furious. Many of them talked about joining Russia, so the Russian government saw an opportunity. They wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for its own benefit. So Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision.
The Russian government wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for their own benefit, so Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision. And isn't that amazing? At least they used the word annexed there, so it's only 99% reprehensible. But hey, if that's the game we're playing, let's roll. Nazi Germany wanted to encourage a surge of German nationalism for their own benefit, so they annexed the Sudetenland and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision.
Oh my god.
The Gravel Institute would try to trivialize Russian imperialism so openly. It's almost like they and the audience only have a problem with imperialism when it's the US doing it. Almost.
Bro, that was a full send. He's going hard on this video.
5% of the electorate in Crimea have voted to join Russia. We are going back home. Crimea is in Russia.
By the way, this 95.5% result is bullshit. We know this because, as I've mentioned in my original Ukraine video, a Russian state agency accidentally posted the real results. According to them, the real result
that
was
was famous. Yeah, that was a huge... I remember that. That was like one of those... yes, a normal day in Russia, everybody.
Agency accidentally posted the real results. According to them, the real result was about 50 to 60% voting for joining Russia, with a turnout of about 40%. In a referendum under Russian military occupation, where the two choices were yes and yes but later, and where the choice of remaining part of Ukraine was not on the ballot. The Gravel Institute doesn't mention any of these details.
No?
Instead, they take all these lies, falsifications and fraud committed by Russia and stuff it neatly under the phrase disputed referendum.
Wow.
Energized by the annexation and supported by Russian armed and military personnel, the anti-government protests became a full-blown secessionist movement. Eastern provinces like Donetsk and Luhansk held separatist referendums and declared independence. The new government branded these rebellions as, quote, terrorist actions. Ukraine entered a civil war, which was also a proxy war with Russia.
Okay, so anti-government protests became secession movements after they were energized by the annexation of Crimea and were supported by the Russian military. I'm glad they admit that at least. Then Donetsk and Luhansk held referendums, declared independence, and the new Ukrainian government declared these quote-unquote terrorist actions. And so, two things. Number one, you don't need to put terrorist actions into quotation marks. What they did was by definition terrorist action, whether or not you consider it moral. Number two, and this is very much a recurring theme now, Gravel Institute left out an important detail, namely that at the time of the independence referendums, the war in Donbass had already been going on for at least a month. Meanwhile, Gravel Institute makes it sound like the war happened after the referendums. So no wonder the Ukrainian government brands these as terrorist actions. They were...
I can remember getting a ballot for 2016 and Trump wasn't a choice. Well, that there is ballot fraud, Jeremiah. They done gotten into the mail system. Yeah, I don't know.
Fighting a war with them at that point. Now you might think I'm picking at minor points here, but consider the overall picture they're painting. If someone unfamiliar with recent Ukrainian history watches this, what narrative have they been given so far? Ukraine collapsed in the 90s and became a shithole country. This caused a far-right resurgence in the West, and the pro-Russian people in the East were afraid of this. The far-right hijacked the protests against the somewhat pro-Russian president and murdered dozens of protesters. After people chased away the president, the new government had a significant neo-Nazi presence. People in the East were afraid of this, so after Russia took Crimea, they declared independence independence, which began a civil war with the Ukrainian government branding them as terrorists. And would you look at that, we have arrived at official Russian state propaganda. This is the narrative Russia today tries to sell people in the West. And even though Gravel Institute does say that the Russian military is involved, they present this in a context that makes their involvement arguably justified. You know, Russia might have involved its military in Ukraine, but they're supporting Russian-speaking people who were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, so of course the Russians would help them militarily. This is apologia. It's also a lie, as we've discussed.
But after decades of austerity and corruption, the Ukrainian army was totally unable to fight. So a lot of the action fell instead to the people who were the most violent, the ultranationalists. So a new paramilitary emerged. It was called the Azov Battalion. And unlike the official Ukrainian military, Azov's volunteers were willing to go the distance. But Azov wasn't just any random organization. It was a pretty disturbing far-right group. It had come out of neo-Nazi street gangs that had been used as muscle by Ukrainian elites in the 90s and 2000s. Azov members regularly sported tattoos of swastikas. Their symbol was based on a Nazi emblem. Their leader declared that their mission was to, quote, lead the white races of the world in a final crusade against the Semite-led Untermenschen, subhumans. But Azov's neo-Nazism turned out not to be such a huge concern to the Ukrainian government. Because in 2014, a guy named Arsen Avakov became interior minister in charge of police and security. And Avakov had been a longtime patron of the neo-Nazi gangs. And when he was a regional governor, he used them as enforcers. So when he became interior minister, Avakov had the Azov Battalion incorporated into Ukraine's National Guard.
So the Ukrainian military was in shambles as a war was going on in the east, fueled by Russia. In response, the Ukrainian government turned to the ultranationalists to help beat back the enemy. Then the Minister of Interior made the Azov Battalion officially part of the National Guard. And my question here is, what else was the Ukrainian government was supposed to do? The country was falling apart, the separatists were spreading westward, their military was in shambles, and among the few forces you did have, you didn't know who's going to betray you for Russia. Then comes a group of highly motivated ultranationalists with weapons training, whose entire worldview is predicated on fighting Russian invaders and whose allegiance is unquestionably with Ukraine. And they tell you, give us weapons and support and we'll get shit done. What decision maker would say no to that? Even if you hate the far-righters, wouldn't sending them to war mean many of them would die? That would be a win-win, right? You help halt the Russian offensives and you end up with less ultranationalists in the end. And the reason why they got integrated into the National Guard is because they did get the job done. They were effective, had high morale, and could be trusted to not switch sides. At the end of the day, the Azov Battalion's rise to prominence could have been avoided if Russia didn't invade Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. It seems like this would be the quick and easy solution to Ukraine's supposed Nazi problem. If we can agree that groups like ISIS or the Taliban rose to prominence due to Western meddling, why can't we then say that groups like Azov did so due to Russian meddling?
And I think I actually got to that conclusion independently a few streams ago, just like trying to think through like, wait, if you're trying to defend your country, you got to be able to do the violence, and who's really good at that? It's usually the fascists and stuff. So like, there's sort of like a devil's bargain that you have to strike if your country itself is on the line. And it seems like that's the argument he's making here.
Institute spends the next section of their video describing how US military assistance ended up in the hands of Azov fighters. Once again,
might as well go Nazi. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is. Well, here's a way to follow this up. Zelensky kicked out a bunch of like far right political parties, or I don't know if they were far right, but he kicked out a bunch of political parties, one of which had like 10%, and that could be perceived as like cleaning shop, right? Like maybe you've rebuilt your military, or you relied on these bad people to get the job done in times of poverty, like military poverty. You just didn't have supply, like troops. And then now that there is a broader national, like populist movement where everyday people are joining the military to defend the country, you can kind of clean shop and purge all of the far right extremists that you were relying on to do the bad stuff. So that's one way we can read it.
by contrast with the original title of the video, which suggests a direct and deliberate effort from the US's part. Or does it? Turns out, as I was making this video, they changed the title from How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Nazis to America, Russia, and Ukraine's far-right. And they even had to edit their description, saying, "This video is about American funding for the Azov Battalion. It explicitly condemns Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country, quote-unquote. We stand strongly against Russia's invasion and will be publishing a video about the Russian oligarchy and the rise of Putin." They say they condemn Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country, but after having spent nearly 10 minutes priming you for that exact conclusion, they say,
Ukraine is still mired in a war on its territory, and the Russian government likes to use Ukrainian nationalists in its propaganda, part of its practice of painting all Ukrainians as Nazis. Of course, those claims aren't really true.
But then they spend the rest of the video telling you how it actually is true.
But Ukraine still does have a serious and militarized neo-Nazi problem. So since the 2014 uprising, Ukraine's far right has become increasingly powerful. Azov veterans have been given high positions in the security services. The new Ukrainian government even made it a criminal offense to deny Bandera's heroism. And in 2021, the United States and Ukraine were the only two countries to vote against a UN resolution condemning the glorification of Nazism. A climate of impunity has developed around far-right violence. Attacks against Roma and gay people go unpunished. A 2018 report found that Ukraine had more incidents of anti-Semitic hate crimes than all other post-Soviet republics combined.
That last article they show there is particularly interesting. Report: Ukraine had more anti-Semitic incidents than all former Soviet countries combined, on the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. This report comes from the Israeli Ministry for Diaspora Affairs. A striking exception in the trend of decrease in anti-Semitic incidents in Eastern Europe was Ukraine, where the number of recorded anti-Semitic attacks was doubled from last year and surpassed the tally for all the incidents reported throughout the entire region combined, the report said. So that sounds rather alarming. However, further in the article you'll find this bit. In an article published Saturday on Radio Liberty, a Ukrainian state historian dismissed the Israeli report as anti-Ukrainian propaganda, and a researcher of anti-Semitism from Ukraine said the Israeli report was flawed and amateurish. The researcher, Vyacheslav Likachev, who is affiliated with the VAD Association of Jewish Communities and Organizations of Ukraine, suggested in the article that the report's authors merely summed up the incidents they found reported online in a, quote, blatant lack of professionalism and violation of all standards of hate crime documentation, which are guided by professional monitoring groups both in Ukraine and in the world, end of quote. Gravel Institute, of course, never mentioned this bit. But here, I also found this article on the Jerusalem Post. Boris Loshkin, Ukraine's least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe. In addition to serving as president of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, Loshkin is also a vice president of the World Jewish Congress and the Eurasian Jewish Congress and works intensively with the European Jewish community. Loshkin says that today, Ukraine is regarded as the least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe and is a much more open and accepting society. The relationship between Jews and Ukrainians is very tolerant, and it is a safe country for Jews, he says. The Ukrainian Jewish community is very active. There are many Jewish organizations, both religious and non-religious. There are Jewish centers, Jewish schools, and kosher restaurants. And now there are even battle rabbis fighting the Russians, I might add.
Whoa,
the Pew Research Center actually did a survey in Eastern Europe asking respondents if they would not be willing to accept Jews as citizens of their country. Only 5% of Ukrainians agreed with this, making them the most tolerant country in the area. In contrast, 14% of Russians wouldn't accept Jews as Russian citizens. So there you have it. Ukraine is not exactly an anti-Semitic hellhole as the Gravel Institute or the Russian government would want you to think. But it's not a coincidence that the denazification of Ukraine was the primary excuse for Russia's invasion. That's the reason why Gravel Institute had to edit the video's title, by the way, to not make it too obvious that they're shamelessly peddling Russian state propaganda, while at the same time insisting that they don't. In the comment section, a user even pointed out the glaring contradiction in their video. The explanation of the East-West split is useful, but it seems odd to talk about Ukraine's far-right without also talking about Russia's far-right. The Russians aren't the defenders of leftist rebels, they are the gangster capitalists mentioned earlier in the videos. There's arguments to be had about whether arming the Ukrainians is the correct approach to this situation, but the framing of the arguments in this video makes it seem like the Russians are justified in supporting rebels, which is strange considering the main pillar of this video is about how America is not justified in its support. And Gravel Institute actually responded to this, saying, "That's very true. We focus on US stuff just because we're based in the US, but we obviously don't support Russian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine. We'll do a video about Yanukovych, the Donetsk clan, and gangster capitalism," Akhmetov comes to mind, "in the future too. They obviously don't support Russian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine," they say, under their video justifying Ukrainian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine. And their Twitter record is similarly checkered. On the 22nd of February, 2 days before the Russian invasion, they tweeted, Two things can be true at once. 1. Russian aggression in Ukraine is absolutely unjustified and should be condemned. 2. American and NATO involvement has only made the situation worse. So once again trying to both sides their way out of the situation. You know, a local domestic serial abuser is threatening to kill one of his ex-girlfriends and loiters around her house with a shotgun, and then Gravel Institute comes along and points out how what he's doing is unjustified and should be condemned, but also how the local anti-domestic abuse league has only made things worse because now the man feels unsafe because of them. And then, when the Russian invasion began, Gravel Institute tweeted the following: "The heroic efforts of anti-war protesters in Russia deserve the unconditional support of the international left. Also, ordinary Russians and Ukrainians do not want war. Putin's invasion is an evil act that will destroy the lives of innocent Ukrainians, will plunge Russia into economic desperation, and will bring the world closer to the brink of nuclear annihilation." So that's nice. At least they're admitting that the invasion is bad, unlike a lot of their followers underneath their tweets.
Cool.
However, there's also this tweet from the 16th of February. "Remember a few days ago when the media said that Russia was going to invade Ukraine today? Whatever happened to that?" Now, I won't find this tweet on their page anymore because they deleted it, but people took screenshots, so we get to enjoy it even now. So up until the invasion, Gravel Institute toed the line that Russia invading Ukraine is Western propaganda, and then they had to backtrack like crazy, deleting tweets, changing the title of their video, and adding the following to the description. This is once again under a video spreading Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country,
also known as damage control,
as Gravel Institute denied and both sides the invasion threat. So once again, which is it, Gravel Institute? You can't play this game forever, because people will call you out on it like I just did. Instead of edited titles, descriptions and clarifications, I would recommend deleting this video altogether. To fight a behemoth like Prager with huge ad budgets and millions of subscribers, you cannot really have content like this published, especially now, when it puts you in league with some of the most reprehensible people out there. You won't be bringing anyone over to the left with such content. In fact, you might actively scare people away from leftism with this. Gravel Institute also never talked about the fact that the pro-Russian party in Ukraine has had far larger support than the far-right, and how the latter only won a single seat in the 2019 elections. Inconvenient details, I suppose. As an aside, one of the chairmen of the pro-Russian party in Ukraine is Viktor Medvedchuk, Vladimir Putin's close confidant, who mysteriously disappeared from the country at the start of the Russian invasion in February 2022, while he was supposed to be in house arrest, by the way, on corruption charges. When Ukrainian authorities showed up to his palace, because of course he has one, they didn't find Medvedchuk, but they did find an exact replica of a luxury Pullman dining car, custom built on-site from scratch, with even a little platform built for it. The car features copious amounts of luxury, including a golden tea heater, a gilded toilet complete with a golden butt-rinsing shower, and otherwise all the expensive decorational items you can physically cram inside that space. The Ukrainian Railways wants to nationalize the car, by the way, which I hope happens. It'll be the second largest loss for Medvedchuk after his yacht, because of course he has one, Royal Romance, was seized by Croatian authorities on the 16th of March. And this seems to be a recurring theme with pro-Russian politicians, doesn't it? Super yachts, gigantic palaces, ludicrous luxury. The main difference between Russia and Ukraine is that in Ukraine, these tend to get seized by the democratic government elected by the people. They also seized Yanukovych's palace after the Maidan and turned it into the Museum of Corruption, for example. You would think supposed leftists would be in support of a country where such things happen regularly, but they aren't, because supporting Ukraine would mean indirectly supporting the US, and they can't do that because US bad. Political philosophy. Anyway, thank you for watching. This was my video about the Gravel Institute and their lovely video.
Absolutely bodied them. That was really good. That was crazy. That was way better than I thought it was going to be. He actually did like a crazy good takedown. There's just a couple like kill shots in that video. Honestly crazy. Okay, so I thought it would be funny if we watched The View react to the Ginny Thomas news. I'm just going to eat some lunch and then we'll probably do... There's only 4 of them. Wait, where's the 5th? Don't they have like a conservative? Is she the stand-in conservative? Don't they usually have like one conservative? What happened? And on that note, what about this hilarious article from Clarence Thomas? Vanity Fair, Justice Clarence Thomas, who upheld Texas abortion ban. It's a shame the media politicizes the Supreme Court. This should be fun. Shut down. Serious question. He can't be forced. Can they go against a spouse willingly? What do you mean they'll die in youth? Like, I think in American jurisprudence, you can't you can't be forced to testify against your spouse. I think that's what they're referring to by spousal privilege. So they're obviously both on Team Thomas, and so they probably can't. How are you going to coerce or force a Supreme Court justice to give testimony against his wife? Not going to happen. It's kind of why it's like such a big friggin' problem. You know what I mean? Sorry, I had to feed my body with some pierogies. Okay. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, arguably the bench's most conservative member, bemoaned the politicization of judges and warned against the highest court becoming, quote, the most dangerous branch of government during a Thursday speech at the University of Notre Dame. I think the media makes it sound as though you are just always going right to your personal preference. So if they think you are anti-abortion or something personally, they think that's the way you always will come out, said the George H.W. Bush appointed justice, per a Washington Post report. Quote, they think you're for this or for that. They think you become like a politician. That's a problem. You're going to jeopardize any faith in the legal institutions. Clarence Thomas, everybody, throwing the press, saying it's the fake news that are really the problem. Oh, God. Thomas's remarks were an apparent response to the backlash that the Supreme Court has faced following its 5-4 vote to refuse to block an anti-abortion law passed in Texas this month, which all but repealed the legal precedent set by Roe v. Wade by blocking women from seeking abortions after roughly 6 weeks of pregnancy. He continued by saying Americans, quote, should be really, really careful about, quote, destroying our institutions because they don't give us what we want when we want it. Adding, after you've done that, and now what? What's your next step? I don't know, Justice Thomas. What is the next step after you've set fire to the Supreme Court? What the fuck is this guy thinking? What a piece of work. Oh my goodness. Absolutely crazy. The level of hypocrisy is honestly just insane. Yes, but can they do it willingly? Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing that's going to like stop you from providing testimony on it just means that the prosecution can't force you through like subpoena or something. But if you're willing to turn on your spouse, by all means, yeah. It does happen sometimes. So that's Clarence Thomas for you. Less than a year later, he wrote like those remarks coming out in September of last year. So less than a year later, 6 months later, it's revealed he has absolutely set fire to SCOTUS. Me with a "we won't go back" tattoo without a coat hanger, like, oh yeah, I know. The Texas stuff really rubs me raw. Like I'm pretty. It's just still suspended. It's just like still. You just like, oh, okay. I guess the laws don't make sense anymore. And Sotomayor, one of the other Supreme Court justices, like excoriated, like just ripped her colleagues apart over their decision about Texas. And it seems, yeah, like there's a serious problem with SCOTUS. They're trying to like force everyone back into the Stone Ages, force everyone back into like, you know, to the time when women were barefoot in the fucking kitchen. You know, it's Christian dominionism. It's psychotic. These people are coming for you, and yeah, I just like I'm really concerned about Canada. Like it's kind of a bastion from this American nonsense, and we see it kind of creeping up. So that's not very good. But okay, I think I'm going to switch gears. I want to play some video games, play some Elden Ring for a little bit, and then I'll probably end the stream. Are we getting drunk tonight? Is that going to happen? Is that tonight? Are we doing that next week? Freedom bingo. What's going on with that? Gotta update the bingo and pick a day. Stuff was kind of happening with the Freedom Convoy, but it's also like falling apart. There's not a lot of live streams going on. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's get some Elden Ring going. I've been playing so much of it. It's such a beautiful game. Yeah, but it also requires so much work on my end. Gotta clean my kitchen, do groceries, set up stream. Let's see here. Actually, I think I had the video saved. I'm just gonna watch that video again and see how much work we're looking at. More importantly, I gotta find like an actual stream to watch, right? Like that's kind of the key, is we're watching something that's we're all playing bingo off of.
Today we're making a classic Sichuan dish, Ji or spicy Sichuan chicken. Our buddy Adam, who
Yeah, let's get into some Elden Ring. It'll be good fun.
owns a popular restaurant in Beijing, is obsessed with this dish and makes a really awesome version. So let me actually hand it over to him to take you through this.
All right, thanks, Chris. So this version that we're about to eat is an amalgamation.
The bearded one I reference has beat it with a strength build and is going through with a blood build. What's a blood build? Oh, that's interesting. I'm like maybe halfway through the game. It's massive. It's such a big game.
It's one that over the years I've adapted by combining elements of my favorite versions of this dish served in restaurants from Chengdu to New York. In fact, I love this version so much that I serve pretty much exactly this in my restaurant in Beijing. When I make this dish at my restaurant, I use chicken breasts cut into roughly 2-centimeter cubes and strips because boneless chicken is easier to eat and gives more yield. But today we're going to do this the authentic way with chicken on the bone, cleaved into little bits of bone and meat. Just get rid of the bad stuff and trim.
I don't know if I'm doing that. I don't know if I'm doing that, you guys. That's pretty intense. I don't think I have a hatchet to cut through bone.
Off the excess skin. For our marinade, we're adding equal parts light soy sauce and Chinese cooking wine, or liaojiu. Cover the chicken and let it sit in the refrigerator for at least 3 hours, and overnight is just fine.
3 hours?
Soaks.
3 hours? If I stream at the blood for the blood god. Oh, God. That sounds pretty awesome. Yeah, I guess it's just a high health build that you're using like blood gear with. Let's see here, 12, 15, 6. So I have to get the chicken marinating by 3.
Some unsalted peanuts in hot water for about 10 minutes to get the skin to come off easily, and peel them. It's actually a lot easier to get the skin off by simply scooping up a handful and rubbing it between your palms. And it took a fry the now clean peanuts in oil. We're using peanut oil at about 170 degrees Celsius. Now, given that we'll be working with raw chicken, this is where I'd instruct my staff to put on a fresh pair of kitchen gloves. But as it turns out, Steph has really small hands, and she's the only one with gloves here, so we're just going to move ahead.
This guy's kind of whiny.
So we're going to be working with half of a chicken. Drain the marinade from the meat, add an egg, and half a cup of cornstarch.
Half a
Stir
cup?
or mix it together until you get about this texture.
Whoa.
You can add more cornstarch if it starts to feel like the breading's not quite dense enough. Deep fry the chicken in small batches at 180 degrees Celsius until it's browned. Roughly about 5 minutes should be enough if your oil is hot enough. One thing that's really important is to use your spatula while you fry to separate the pieces of chicken that might have stuck together. When the chicken is just the right color, take it out of the oil and let it sit on paper towels while you prepare the rest of your ingredients.
Looks good.
Now we're ready to prep the dish itself. Cut 6 or 7 garlic cloves and 2 inches of ginger into rough, thin slices.
Okay.
Set those aside and cut some cilantro and green onion into 2-inch strips.
Okay.
We only need the green part of the onion, but save the rest for later. Anyway, set this aside in an ice water bath. It's time to build our spice plate. Chili powder. This is the spiciest we could find in our local market. Sugar, about half a teaspoon. Salt, 1/4 of a teaspoon is enough. And notice these chili peppers in the middle. Talk more about that in a minute. Over here we have powdered chicken bouillon, just a pinch.
So weird.
MSG to help scare away your hippie friends, and a nice amount of fresh or toasted Sichuan pepper. The next 3 minutes are going to be chaos, especially when you're making this dish in an actual Sichuan restaurant with one of those airplane engine gas burners. It's like we've had this zen, relaxing day of food prep. Now let's turn on death metal and get to work.
Hell yeah.
Heat on high, 2 tablespoons of peanut or vegetable oil. Garlic and ginger in. Stir fry it for about a minute. Chicken back in, coat it with the seasoned oil, and then chuck in your spice plate. But remember those red chili peppers, those dried red chilies that were cut in half and seeded? Well, our regulation size plate is not nearly big enough for the amount of chili peppers that we're going to actually have to use in this dish.
Oh my god.
So just keep throwing
so much
them
work.
in. And in. 100 grams worth in this version. Keep stirring as you're adding ingredients. Back the heat off just a bit so the chilies don't burn. Peanuts in. More chili powder, more sugar.
This cannot be good for my body.
For everything. This dish is about extremes. Turn it up to 11. If you have any questions about whether any element of your dish is enough, add some more. The answer is always yes with this dish. Go big or eat underwhelming lots of tea. Now remove your cilantro and green onion from the ice water bath. Wring out some of the excess water and throw it into the wok. The reason for the ice bath is that when the water comes in contact with the blazing hot oil, the reaction will actually crisp up the coating on your chicken. This is a technique I learned in a Chinese restaurant for a fried eggplant dish and adapted it myself to this recipe, but I think it actually really works. And we're done. Out of the frying pan and into the fiery taste in your mouth that'll last until the last bits are gone and all that's left is a big pile of chilies.
Crazy.
Garnish with the white part of your green onions and some white sesame seeds. And then we eat. One nickname for this dish is hide-and-seek chicken because you'll spend as much time hunting for crispy chicken or peanuts or those awesome little fried pieces of garlic and ginger as you do actually eating. On this earth, nothing is better with an ice-cold beer. Enjoy, and
Okay. We could do. If I'm up for it, you'll know by like 5 o'clock. And then it's gonna be a wild fucking show. But I don't know, man. I got a massive paper on my plate. Oh, I'm a dummy. I didn't switch the video. Okay, that's okay. We're going to Elden Ring anyways. Classic. It's going all right. I'm having some good ideas. I'm trying to design a strategy, like an intervention, to help companies deal with the problem of phishing. So a lot of people click on those links in the emails, and they get owned, and I want to help fix that. A lot of work though. All right, setting up for Elden Ring. Cool. Just switching that up real quick. Game in, YouTube, Elden Ring, huzzah. And then switching up that. So many things to do. Oh, geez. Where is it? I'm looking for Elden Ring. Okay. All right. Let's get into it. Where's my controller? Cool. Cool. Now, every time I played this, my computer is like crashed. So, fingers crossed, everybody. Pray for my computer. Inshallah, it's a good stream. You think it's gonna work? Let's go. Wait, what's the problem? I think the first load is always the toughest. I could. Yeah, should I turn the stream off and turn it on again, guys? Just started Dying Light 2, but this one's next. Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. I mean, Dying Light 2 looked kind of fun, but the whole parkour thing, I don't know if I was totally into. Elden Ring is a masterpiece. It's definitely a particular type of game. It's not for everyone. You know what I mean? I think someone put it best, which was like, Elden Ring teaches you through death, and if you're not comfortable like dying a lot, you're not going to enjoy the game. So this is my build so far. I started off as a samurai, but then I found this blade, and I've just basically been using it the whole time, and I'm kind of like a samurai mage. A lot of just like spells to just kind of buff my character, and then I just take them on in in combat. So that's been my build so far. I don't know much about these games. This is the furthest I've ever gotten in a From Software game. Bracey keeps playing it, but he's like, I don't know when we'll get another great game crafted this well. Yeah, I think someone pointed out that, oh man, it's so buggy. Look how buggy it is. Oh no, oh no. I can't upgrade my gear, everybody. Now I'm the smith. Oh fuck. Okay, how are you doing, lady?
Greetings.
There's something you should know.
I need to warn you about something.
Okay.
A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table. And I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse.
Ooh, spicy.
I can even hear the repulsive, twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls.
Restart
Not
the
even
game.
the crafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please.
She thinks I'm strong. Okay. Alright. I just spent like all of so many levels on trying to get this one summon. It's like my first time having like a really powerful individual summon. Yeah, I'm not gonna restart the game. It's just gonna be insanely buggy. Every time I like look at this shit. It's part of the experience. Okay, so what was I actually doing? The map also takes a really long time to load. I think I was kind of exploring this area. I just beat a really hard boss. The magma Virm. Let's try here. Yeah, I think the first time I played this, I did it on stream because I wanted to capture like my first reaction. And the game just kind of like trapped me in a dungeon and then like put up mist walls and I couldn't get back into where my runes were. It's pretty embarrassing. But now I've learned to embrace the bugs. Yeah, just like my real life. Oh. All right. Oh yeah, I made it to the Altus Plateau. I've been hearing about this for so long. I finally made it, everybody. I got enough to level. I think that's what it was. That's why I saved. Okay, so to level up, I need 17,000. Oh, I probably shouldn't have spent that 3. That's awkward. 17.5. Close. Racy is fighting Melania? I don't know who Melania is now. Down, Laudart, you're watching. Oh, new follow. Thanks for the follow, S-Tool Chief. We're about to get into it. Getting into it for real, for real. New area. I'm hearing so much about the Altus Plateau. I think I'm just gonna level my strength or vigor, and then we'll get gone. Vigor is usually a pretty good idea. I've been dumping it into mine to get the FP because I wanted some cool summons, and I think that was a bit of a bad idea. I know faith has to get up to like 17 and strength to like 25, so let's push strength. It's your gamer tag? Nice. What's your favorite game, S-Tool? Stool Chief? How do you like to go be called? Hope it's not. Oh, look, there's a big boy. Has hella arcane? Oh, that's fun. I don't really understand the arcane very well. All I know is sword battles. Get some. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Frame drop. Ah! Oops. Oh, and a knife. All I know is sword battles, everybody. It's the frame drop. Yeah, there's so much in these games to sort of process. I think, like, you know, it's a good gamer when they actually know how to use all the items and they use them regularly, because it means going through your menu constantly and like splitting your attention between an enemy trying to kill you and like getting the right item. Like, I still haven't used bombs at all, like barely use them. I like to just like learn the attack patterns and just get good at the game. You know, like I'm very much in the get good camp. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Dan Dufour. Yeah, I think I feel like Twitch is like a better platform for gaming. I'm not sure. YouTube's trying to like make it in the gaming sphere. I'm not sure how well it's gonna play. Speaking of which, let me see if I can shut down anything that might be bugging out. We need every ounce of RAM. There we go. That's better. Yeah, that's a problem when I die. It's just like such a load time. All right. Let's go kick that guy's ass. Oh, I totally missed it. Yeah, it's sometimes I miss a few chats. Like don't make the connection. Go. Oops. Oh, there's another one. Get some. Oh, and I should switch helmets. These guys are kind of beefy boys. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Dan. Look at this guy. What is he doing? Let me liberate you from your confusion. Come to battle. Ah! Ooh, he's got a blade. Oh, nice. Get some. Come on. Yeah! Yeah! I won! I won, everybody! Elden Ring. I'm an Elden Lord. Show me your secrets. This is always fun. Usually works on the second or third. Ooh, treasure. A ruler's mask and a robe. I'm a ruler. 2.2. Oh, it's holy. Nice. Okay. Yeah, see, this is what is meant by a wholesome. Oh, fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, no! What the fuck is that? Why can't I summon? Oh my god! What? 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 No. Stop. What the fuck was that? Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Is there like another massive get good boss? I'm gonna have to eat my words so soon. Yeah, this is what it is meant by a wholesome chat. Oh god, here we go. Fuck, I need different spells. He's like lightning? Oh fuck, he's already coming. Ah. Oh my god, how do I... Yeah, get some... What? He just one-shots me? Does that mean I'm not where I should be? Am I not where I should be? Usually you can like tank one shot from the boss, but 0 shots? I don't know if I can beat him if I can't even take a single hit. Huh. Huh. I think I have like a magic fortification, so maybe if I put that spell on, I can take a shot or two. Just don't want to get into a fight. Yeah, is that normal? Please tell me it's not normal. All I have to do is strategize, and I will be able to... There it is. Okay. Let's go with magic for... Can you use ranged weapons in this game? Ooh, I do have my bow. I could try to bow him, but it just does so little damage. It's not going to be worth it. It's not like upgraded very well. I have my flame sling, but it's not that strong. Because I'm not like a mage build. I do have magic fortification, so that'll help defend me. What's this? Oh yeah, I can't use it. Don't need holy damage. He dies so bad and he's like, I'm not supposed to be here. Yeah. So that's what's happening to me right now. But that's my current predicament. I am not supposed to be fighting this guy, but we're gonna try one more time. He's one-shotting me, so I need to... Oh, is there like a flask I can drink that will boost my magic defense? Because I think that's how he's killing me. Which means I should switch my helmet to... no, I want... Wait, what did I want? This thing. Don't need that. Boost lightning, boost magic, boosts faith, boost strength, probably. Boost dexterity. Oh god. Maybe get like one damage protection. Oh jeez. We'll go with the strength. Strength and whatchamacallit, dexterity. See if we would just power him down. Off my horse. With magic force. Okay, yeah, I think I have a strategy. He made someone literally take him. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, there's another treasure up there too. Oh, I want to switch my helmet. Too late. Can't get me. Yeah. What? Oh my god. Oh, and he has fire. And I died. Ah! I don't even think I heard him. I don't even know what's going on. Oh no. Oh no. He got transported. Oh no. He had to be sucked inside and take. He had to get like a friend come in and rescue him. It's weird. Where the hell did I die? It was like down a cliff. That was embarrassing. Third time's a charm. Okay, I think it was down here somewhere. I don't think I'm supposed to be here, you guys. Like really, oh, you know what, they usually put it at the top of the cliff, not the bottom. Yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst. Oh, he had to like get someone to transport him to the bad place. You mean I gotta fight this guy every time I want my dead body? I'm gonna find out if it's worth the runes. Wait, it's 0. Why is it 0? Oh my god. Oh my god. Uncle, I cry, Uncle. Jeez, he's cool looking. But I think I should go explore another area. I think the game's trying to tell me something. Maybe you don't belong here. Oh, that was rough. That was rough. Okay. Let's think of somewhere to go. There's a lot of unexplored areas. Oh, if anyone can help me figure out how to get into Lucaria Gate. Like, where do I find that key? Any hints? Any clues? I'm having a hard time getting in there. I can also try to get through Kaylee. I think I might be ready for this now. This might be a good choice. I hate this area, but... Yeah, give me a hint. Just a little, like an area I should explore. That's usually just enough. If you go to X area, you'll eventually find the thing that leads to the key. In the meantime, I can explore the scariest area. I think I need that cleanse me spell. These things do like scarlet rot. Such a good spell. Anything else? Flames thing. Yeah, that should be good. Ooh, holy? Are these things weak against holy? Is that a thing? Oh, I think I can't use it anyways. I need like a different... Alright, let's do this. I hate this area so much. It's so spooky. I know those dogs are just gonna rip me apart. This is always, this is such a tough area. Oh, right off the bat! Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, jeez. Jeez. Alright, try again. Really? Oh man, oh no, please, oh no. I try to do this relying on magic. Okay. Just a few longer. This is the reason I like it. It's because it's so long. You can get like AoE on it. The Uchi Katana is just like way too short. Oh, fuck. Ah. Use a bomb. Oh, I got these things too. What the fuck does this do? Woo! Hello. Get fucked. What the fuck? And this one I haven't used before. Yeah, get some. Oh, that's weak as shit. But that perfume bottle, holy shit. Alright. I have a lot more respect for the users. I usually just power my way through this. Okay. Easy peasy. Nice. Got my potions back. Okay. Now for the hard part. These fucking dogs. I think I fought them once and it was terrifying. There's no way I'm going to get that item. I don't know. Should I go for it? Can I summon? I can. I just don't have the... Alright. Let's go with this. Wait, where's my summon? Where are you? Okay. Just gotta be patient. Let's do this. Fuck you! No way, there's no way. There's just no way. There's just no way. There's my crit. Get fucked. Come on. I'll rescue you. Oh, just as he got crit too. Nice. We'll make a good team. Who wants him? Woo. All right. Let's get this guy. Oh, it's the crows I had a hard time with. What? Where's my crit? Oh, man, what a range. No, don't you hurt my friend. That's it. I'm dead. Died in fire. Look at that. What a horrifying death. Oh, this is why I hate this area. Ooh, there's a steak. Yikes. It's a yikes for me, dog. But at least I'm in the fight. I'm in the fight. Not like a one hit and I'm dead. I can actually like dodge roll. Now I regret wasting my perfume bottles. Okay, where's my spirit? It's over there. Wait for the doggos to load. Wouldn't be fair otherwise. Oh, that's another good idea. I could coat my sword in fire. Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go full hawk. Let's treat this like a fucking boss. Yeah. Hell yeah. Got it. Fucking got it. Can't see the other one. Oh, he's friendly fire. Oh. Thanks, buddy. Woo. Woo. Okay. What did I get? Got like a spell? Alright, let's go get my runes. I should probably heal. did I die? Oh yeah, in the fire. Is there a crit? Can you crit this guy? Nope. Oh, I dodged that. Oh, it's the timing. Oh my god. I can't deal. Should probably switch my... Hit so hard. Thank you. Yo, wouldn't be able to do it without this guy. Alright, let's get all the treasure I can. Get out. Oh, I hate this area so much. Oh, Rune Arc. Oh, that's what I haven't done. It's like I have to like go deliver Godric's seal to something or other, to his tower. This really obvious basic thing I forgot to do. Okay, let's go see if there's a... Oh dang, those crows give a lot of runes. Ki. Alright, let's take this guy on. Oh, I see the grace. So I just gotta kill this guy and then home free. Oh, where's my crit? Oh! Oh, I got the crit. Or not. Whatever. Cool. I got through the area. Damn, finally. Stuck at that grace forever. What was that new spell I got? Whirl O Flame. Sweeps area before caster with stream of fire? Ooh. Oh, yeah, okay. It actually, like, goes forward. Nice. That's awesome. Finally, a fire spell that actually does something. I was getting so bored of the fire toss. It's like lobbing a little tickle grenade. Alright, next area. Bring it on. Uh-oh. Frame drop. Yeah, and I can actually use it right away. That's rare. I like that I've become a mage samurai. It's a good choice. And I'm also like the robes I'm wearing are boost my fire spells. So fire samurai. Nice. 3 of them. Uh-oh. These are... Oh, I don't like what he's doing. He's gonna blow up. I knew it. Oh, there's another one. Oh no, they're everywhere. Oh my god, they're all... oh my god, they're all... Ah! Kamikazes! That's the word I'm looking for. Stop it, please. Alright, okay. Pretty easy to defeat. Just run away. Wow, okay. It's a farm. Easy experience. That was scary. Okay. What do you want? Okay. Spooky. Everything's on fire. There's like these things everywhere. Oh! Oh! What the fuck is that? Oh, I know what that is. That's not the easiest thing to fight. I want to get the sneak on it. Oh. That's not how it's done. Oh, I'm just gonna die. Oh, dodge that. Okay, maybe this is the time for my spell. Oh, he crumbled the... That's pretty cool. Alright, come on. Where'd he go? Oh, he's stuck. There's two of them. Oh, why did I do that? And I died. Oh! Well, I'm certainly setting it up to go that way. Well, I guess I don't have to fight them. They're like everywhere though. Where am I trying to head? Trying to head south? Oh, they're like literally everywhere. Some treasure there. Can I get up to it? I don't like these guys. They're kind of hard. Okay, let's try to do it this way. Where's my summon? Where is it? That was another one. Stop. Everywhere. Hit him with this? Oh, just shy. Yeah, nice job. It's doing 4 damage? Oh my god, really? Oh, my fire spell versus your fire spell. Oh my god. I do not have to know what to do with these guys. Can't even get around it. Okay. We can just do that. Yikes. Finally killed one. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see if we can go this way then. Ooh, there's a little dungeon. Do I go in it? It's kind of pitch black. I think I have something for this. Oh, is it like a boss? It's just a boss, and I lost my spellcaster. Jeez. Yeah, I don't want to fight a boss. Let's see if we can figure out the next site of grace. Okay. Maybe down that way. See, my horse doesn't even heed my call. Oh, was that an item? No. Okay, this thing. Oh. Oh my god, is that what I'm facing? Oh, there's a site of grace at least, but then... Is that a swamp? So there's like a big ravine. Might be a path over to that tower. Kind of a sketch path. That's where I just came through. Okay. This is so useful. There's like a skull in the mountain maybe. It's very white. The center looks impassable with like a bramble in the middle. Big tree with a tower. Oh, and there's a whole fort over there. Okay. But generally it's a swamp. If I follow the road... Oh, there's a big tower over there. Let's go over there. That looks like fun. Just a couple wolves. Looks like I can avoid them pretty easy. So yeah, we're gonna go check out that tower. And then if I follow this... Looks like I can get pretty far. Okay. Okay. Nice. I like this. It's like a little crossroads. I think we're heading east. Or no, wait. Is that west? Yeah, we're heading west. Ooh, especially if it can get me closer to that, that mine. Oh, there's a crone.
You, please, I can read them. Your finger. Oh, bless you.
She's so creepy.
Are you one for festivals or flowers? To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn. To the east, the heart and bud of a flower to be.
Ooh, maybe it's that thing over there.
But dare you enter?
Yes.
Into the heart
Oh.
of the scarlet rot.
Oh no. Oh no.
You're...
Yeah, okay, fuck it. So I actually have a good spell for Scarlet Rock, but I really wanted to check out that tower to the west. Is it to the west? This way? Yeah, that one. Looks like there's some peons over there. Ooh, full knights. This is a pretty safe path so far. Is that a different kind of dog? It's like skeleton? I noticed there's like no wildlife. Oh, now I have to go this way. I'm gonna have to go through an army defense. Maybe I can sneak up top. Yeah, yes I can. I probably shouldn't have done that. Might need my summon. Really get the fucking fuck you. Did you notice? Sneak right through this fucking. Uh-oh. Thanks. Fuck you. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Oh, it begins. That's what you get. Woo! He's a firebender. There's no way I'm gonna make it out of this alive. Fall off the cliff. Woo! Hug that cliff. Oh, the bomb. Oh, I'm getting. Oh, ah. Oh, that was a good one. Oh, I can't deal with that. Where am I? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, fuck you. Oh, man, this is relentless. They're not, like, high in HP, but they're... Dang. How am I losing to this peon? It's the terrain. I don't know where I am. Come on. Come on. What do you want? Oh, it didn't work. Fuck it. Worth it. There's two of them coming? Dang. Hello, everybody. It's a bit tough. Let's try to go the sneaky route. It made me do this. Oh, nice. Oh, that was bad. That was bad too. Ooh, a red main circle. I don't think it's gonna be better than what I have. Okay. Alright. Bunch of peons. Got nothing on me. he still? Oh man. So annoying. Like chase after him? Incantation ahead? Oh yeah. That looks fun. That looks like a good way to die. How do I get this? You start shooting them, sorcerer. Please. Almost got me. That thing. Get the other thing. It's not a thing. What do you want? What do you want? See, the sorcerer is useless if you can't get behind him. He's denied. Oh, that hit me. And I died. Ah! Died in such a bad spot. But I got the goods. What was it? It was like a spell? Think I got a spell? It was worth it. It was a bit of a what is it? Grab and run. Whoa, why are you reviving me here? Where is this? Fuck. Oh, I guess it was a pity revive. I killed all those guys, so I guess I deserve to make it up the mountainside. But now, where's my souls? I think they're around the corner? Maybe we just avoid him? Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's quite a few too. 11,000. Okay, I think the point is to get into this tower. Oh, hello. What's that sound, by the way? Oh, and what was that spell? Oh, I guess I'll have to wait till I find a stake. Didn't expect blocking. Actually, I got a 6 spell right now. Nice. That worked perfect. Jesus. Oh, that's what this sound is. It's those guys around the corner. Okay. too. Really? Man, look at that guy. Scary. Don't fall over. No. Damn. Oh my god. Warming still. Okay. Okay, so don't fall into the pit. Got it. I'm dead. Dead. So dead. Oh, I'm so dead. See him. Dang. That was a bad spot to die. Dang, so many runes on the line. Yo, how's it going? How are you, Snack Dack? Playing Elden Ring. It's hard. I'm bad at it. It's pretty fun though. That fire is fire? Yeah, for sure, for sure. It slaps. I don't know how I'm gonna get my I don't know how I'm gonna get this back. I don't have any other spells to use. Yeah, damn. Okay. I really want my summon in this battle. Ooh, there's my runes. Hello. No, it's okay. I'm just summoning a pal. No, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. No, no, no. You don't have to do it this way. Got him. What do you want? Oh, I'm out of stamina. Okay, you take the champion. Oh, we already killed him. Oh my god. Oh, he hits hard. Gotcha. Come on. Get some. Oh my god. No! Oh my god, that was close. Woo! Awesome. You didn't get good on your first go, I'm guessing? No, it took so long to get good. It took so long. I'm still not that good. Convene the festival of war. Honor General Radon with the warrior's glory. It's in your hands, Sir Jaren. Well, I get a prize. That's cool. Star Scourge Heirloom. What is a Star Scourge Heirloom? Okay. We'll figure that out after. Right now we got a ladder to climb. Yeah, just gotta get used to using items. Just be okay, like, using all the things to get through that battle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Be wary of Sending Gate, Death Ahead, Magic, Southeast. Southeast. Okay, so do I go through the portal? I don't know, I got 12,000 souls. There's not really like a... Dang. All that work to get to this portal? Ugh. These things can be scary. I wanted to explore Kaylee a bit more. Kaled? I don't know, chat. Do I go through or not? I thought I would go fight the puppy. Oh, wait. There's a... What? A ledge there. Got my magic pal. Okay. So there's like a... You want me to go through? But someone said there's death ahead. It seemed kind of bad. I thought I'd leave a marker and maybe come back when I'm stronger. I do have all my potions. But I have a lot of runes. I don't want to lose all my runes. My runes. Because we just hit this area, which is like a crossroads. Unless there's like a stake I can find. There's no stake around it. Dang. So you'd have to fight all the way up through that again? Ooh, there's a treasure. There's a couple treasures here too, actually. Ooh, why don't I try to make that jump? Think I can make it? Alright, let's go for it. Yeah! Lever ahead. Ooh, you're right. Oh, is my sorcerer friend gonna do something? Oh, I bet the lever opens that gate out front. Oh boy, it's a mushroom. God damn it. It's always a mushroom, isn't it? He's just dodging all of them. What if I add to the mix? Take that. Dang, look at him go. He seems kind of scary. I don't really want to fight him. Let's be friends. Let's be friends. He's just dodging it all. Dang. Okay. All right, we're gonna go check out the crossroads. Maybe try to progress the story as thin as it's been. Oh, you actually did hit him. Oh, I love how the flame like carries through. But yeah, that guy's very scary. Oh, I can't because I'm locked in battle. Damn. Maybe I can just drop off here. Maybe not. Uh-oh. Where is this? Treasure? Treasure? Oh, I just stepped on something. Ooh, a Qatar. But now am I stuck? Do I have to fight this guy now? Oh, this game. But at least the gate's open, so if I die down there, I can at least get my runes back. Oh! No, we're gonna shoot you from up here. Huzzah! Take that. And this. He's a really good dodger. I don't know how I'm gonna beat this guy. so scary. Oh god. Ah. Oh, he's hitting me! Ow! What the fuck? Okay. How about this guy? There we go. All right, let's try to do this. I got this. Oh, I missed him. Oh my god. Ooh. Woo. Oh, please be nice, kitty. Oh, he just cleaned right through me. Oh, wrong one. No, it's okay. Where's my weapon? Oh, I'm in shambles. Oh, we're both doing jump attacks. Oh my god. Please stop. There we go. Oh, I almost got him. One more hit. One more hit. Oh. Woo! Ash of War Lion's Claw. Heck yes. Oh, my heart is racing. Weak foe, stop. And a rune arc. Okay, that's a good kill. Oh, that was crazy. Okay. Alright, I feel better now. So I wanted to check out south. So let's just warp over. Let me check out that new spell I got. I think I handled that pretty well. That was a tough little mini boss. What's the new spell? Flame grant me strength. Yes, finally. That's exactly what I've been wanting. Is it better than the cleanse spell? Probably not. There we go. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. Okay, we're gonna head south. Down the road. Cool, I'm glad I went that way. Flame. Grant me strength. Oh, it's those little spider ones again? Left? Merchant ahead? Wait, what's left? That looks like poison. Squishy. So I think that's like the Scarlet Rot area. Down in the swamps. Okay. I'm not sure where that person said left. Let's go. Oh, those things are definitely gonna kill me. Ooh, what is that? Oh my god, this is not a nice place, is it? Oh, I hate these things so much. Such an annoyance. Especially when they do that. Ah, the blur. Click the glowy thing. Oh, this is so much pain. Stop. Worst enemy in the game. Come on. There we go. Show me the way, old codger. Show me the way. I don't like the swamps. Why are there swamps? Always with the swamps. It's also slow. Nice! Got him both. And I think before in the other Dark Souls games, you didn't have a horse, so you couldn't just like avoid the poison. You had to wade through it. Is he really going through there? Oh, jeez. Let's see where he ends up. Oh! That's cool. I found it. Oh, I don't have a stone sword key, though. That was the problem last time. Oh, I don't know where I am either. Yeah. Dang, I forgot to buy them. Okay, so there's a little dungeon here. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. This isn't looking good. This is not looking good. This is not looking good. Not looking good. Run away! Okay, it's kind of a dead end. Am I missing something? Caled Waypoint Ruins. Oh god. I'm close to leveling too. Oh, there's a stake. So maybe this is where I do battle? Come on. Oh god. I attracted a lot of attention. Ooh, there's a merchant. Let's go hang out with him.
Right. Welcome, dear customer. Yes, right this way. Right. Welcome, valued customer. Come. Trade in our wandering emporium. Please, I'm hungry.
Oh god. Nope, nope. Poisoned stone? You got nothing, my guy. You got nothing. Useless. Donkey? Okay, where to now? Look at that fort. Yeah, there's the skeleton skull. It's like cast in pitch black. Oh my god, so spooky. Not a nice area. Don't like it. I wanna find this stake. this area and level up. There's a map down there. But I guess I'm just trying to head south. Oh, I found it. Oh, yeah. Oh no, into the swamps we go. I need 3,000. It's probably worth it. Probably a bit too much. Vigor. Need more health. All right. Into the swamp. Is that the direction I have to go? Oh God. Okay, but we want to try to find that map first. Which is south, which is this way. Oh, hello. How are you doing? Ooh. Hello. Just heading south. Woo. Okay. Oh, they all give Scarlet Rot. Nice. It's not poison this time around. Okay, just keep moving. Here's our skull. Okay, so we're close. Oh, I think I see it. Just dash and grab. Got it. Okay. Alright. Nice. Ooh, there's like this southern path. What's going on there? This one. Is that a golden seed? Oh, that's like a queen crow. Yeah, finally. Nice, my third one. Upgrade my flasks. Oh my God, look at the doggo with the red eye. So scary. Is this, I really have to go through here? This whole area is just so mind-numbingly scary. Do I just use the summon? Everything gives you Scarlet Rot. Scary. How's it going, doggy? Is there like another one? Oh, this is kind of a scary area. Crows and doggos. It's like more than one of them. Oh, do I just take them on one by one so they don't group on me? think I'm just gonna try to sneak through. Oh, sounds like he... Wait, nope, they're going to battle. Perfect. This is my favorite thing to do. Just watch the battles take place. Don't mind me. Just a samurai mage on his way to the tower. Picking up some loot on the way. Ah! Oh, walking into a dead end. Okay, go that way. I guess I'm gonna keep going this way. But I think there's an item there. Nope. Okay, let's go around. It's a pretty tense area. That guy's on horseback. Oh, he's gonna wreck me. Looks like that's the way I gotta go, though. Oh, boy. Alright, okay. My spells are done. I don't know how I avoid this. Yeah, exactly. See ya. What's it say? Be wary of death. Probably those crows. He's not following, is he? Yeah. Do I go for it? Or am I? Strange, awful place. I'm almost certainly gonna die to this. Oh, I took it into a corner. Yes. Nice. Okay. Now where am I going? Looks like I have to fight this doggo unless I can get behind it. Be very, very quiet. Okay, now we're heading north. I feel like this is the wrong direction. Ugh. Yeah, no, we came from this direction. So how do I get to that tower? Oh, look, there's Pathfinder. Just gotta watch out for that cavalry. I'm farming though. Oh geez. It is this way. Okay. What's up? Can I take on that crow though? Alright, bring it on. I can't summon? Am I allowed to summon? Could before though. Damn. Fine. I don't need no stinking summon. Got it. Whew. Oh, always gets your heart racing. Okay. What prize did I... What's my prize? Nice. That's what I wanted. Oh, I feel like I need holy here. Visions of Scarlet Rot? Oh, damn. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. And that means I can't. Oh, this is gonna be tough. I can't, like. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Something else attacking me? What? Where'd you come from? Don't do that. Ah, jeez. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Oh, how are you still in there? Oh, because it's on the clothing. Sorry. Oh, man. Gotcha. Whew. That was tough. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Oh. The first time I've ever seen an imaginary wall. Oh my god. What did it do? Oh, it actually. Wow, okay. Ah. So that's what I have to do to get to this boss? I have to go through all that? Oh, that's rough. I have a lot of runes. I have enough to bring up the summon, and then that's it. This is gonna be a tough battle. Try wolf. My wolf is pretty strong too. Try this. Switch out for my strong weapon. Put on the robustness. Oh, raises strength? Oh, heck yeah. Juice. Pickled turtleneck. And let's go. Oh, another one of these guys. Oh, he's already gonna kill me. Oh, he doesn't have health though. Oh, get wrecked. Nice. Cool. Got it in chicken up. Kindred of Rot? Is that like a new spell? It is. Summons Kindred of Rot Spirit. cool. Got a new summon. Yeah, I think this is where I'm going to end the stream. Probably a good time, as good a time as any. Thanks for checking it out. I'll probably be here tomorrow morning, covering, or actually, yeah, I might be here tonight. Rich food for poor folk. We're gonna eat hide and seek chicken, and watch a trucker convoy if I'm up for it. And if that's happening, it's around 6 or 7 o'clock. And same place. It'll be good fun. We'll play bingo. Freedom bingo. Every time we hear certain words, we'll drink or eat. All right. I'll see you later, everybody. Thanks for checking it out. Like and follow the whole 9 yards, and tell a friend. Yeah. This came to you ad-free, everybody. Whoa-wee. Have a nice evening.